with others that has a dimension of risk. And we can narrow down this definition to epistemic trust and see that also in the cases that I've showed you, epistemic trust implies some risks. I mean, we can risk of being infected by false information. So what do we do when we trust someone, or we trust a piece of information? How can we reason about the trustworthiness of a source of information when we, for example, in the case of expertise, when we don't know anything about the content of the information at stake at the source itself? Is it ever possible to trust blindly? And as I told you, this is exactly what I would like to deny. I mean, that blind trust doesn't exist. Because when we come up to trust, we do it through a reasoning process that can be more or less justified, that can be more or less biased, but it is still a reasoning process. So people neither blindly trust nor distrust others when they come to accept information coming from them. Rather, they display a certain degree of vigilance by monitoring the source of information, and evaluating all the social indicators available in order to come to trust in a reasoned way. So we mobilize a lot of social information in order to come to trust our interlocutors. Which kind of social information we have available in a pack of cigarettes? For example, the fact that having access to this space for writing "smoking kills" is not something that is open to everybody. Only certain institutions that we may consider more or less trustworthy are allowed to write on a pack of cigarettes "smoking kills," and we can imagine that it is not the Marlboro who does it willingly, but that it is forced to do it because there are laws, enforcements, etc., in order to write this. All these things that I'm saying by thinking aloud why I trust this information are ways are inferences that my mind does about the social indicators that are available in this case. The design of the pack of cigarettes with this special writing in this special position is a social indicator of the trustworthiness of the information. Or I can use other social indicators like who is the author. I know the author. Someone told me that he is a reliable scientist, or someone told me that he's only a pop scientist, that this is not a serious book about science. Or another social indicator that I don't have it here, but usually I have it in a book is what it is written on the back of the cover, and this is another social indicator of the trustworthiness of the material. I use all this information actively in order to come to trust in a reasoned way. In this case, for example, the fact that this guy seems to be a policeman or changes, for example, his degree of trustworthiness, and it is a social indicator that I can use, or maybe the lady has used, in order to select these informants instead of other informants. So people neither blindly trust nor distrust others when they accept the information coming from them. They display vigilance by monitoring the source of information and evaluating all the social indicators available in order to come to trust in a reasoned way. So, in order to give you an example, a concrete example of what does it mean to mobilize social indicators of trust in our attempt to come to trust in a reasoned way, I will give you the example, the case study that we are analyzing with Teresa and another colleague from the Perisha team, whose name is Stéphanie Morisseau. And we have analyzed the crisis of trust during the COVID pandemic. The chloroquine and hydrochloroquine debate, which was again today on the newspapers, on Le Monde, as a still active debate, in which we found ourselves in front of a highly technical debate in which expertise was basically maximally involved, with a strong controversy among peers. So it was not possible just to say, well, I trust the expert on whom there is the highest consensus, because the information circulating through the expert circles was controversial. And also we assisted at a political exploitation of the debate, and also a huge presence of this debate on the general media, not only on the scientific journals. So to stick to the facts that Teresa so brilliantly reconstructed in our papers, and she's still working on following this thick debate that changes all the time. And a controversial study published in International Journal of Antimicrobial Agents is retracted about this, the possible benefit of chloroquine as a cure is then retracted. But the information about the most possible miracle cure of hydroxychloroquine goes viral thanks to the endorsement of important public figures like Elon Musk and the President of the United States, Donald Trump. And so here we have at the just very beginning of the crisis, a clash between different social indicators. You have the authority of a journal which retracts information about, retracts an articles about the possible benefits of chloroquine, and on the other hand, you have different kind of authorities like public figures and celebrities who endorse this cure as a possible miracle cure for. So how do you reason when you have this kind of contrast? Then, in order to show you the controversy between peers, an article published on The Lancet on the poor effect of chloroquine is retracted on June 2020. So even if we use as a social indicator the authority of a journal, I mean, we have different journals with different degrees and high degree of prestige, which give very different information about very different opinion, which express a very different opinion about the possible miracle cure of chloroquine, and that they are both retracted. And then we have assisted to a political kermesse. Dr. Didier Raoult, the scientist practitioner who championed the chloroquine as a miracle remedy for COVID, becomes a highly popular character in France and around the world, and politicizes the debate around the chloroquine as a contrast between the scientific elite interested only in methodological standards and a more populist view of the medical practice geared toward the saving of human life. A highly politicized debate that invades the mainstream newspapers and mainstream press, and not only, also the social media, YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook, and other channels. So the question we ask here, in order to come back to the social indicators, in a situation of high uncertainty, like the case of chloroquine, where opposite opinions circulate every day and the stakes of our health are so high, whom should we trust? Who are the experts? Are the author of the article of The Lancet or the one on the Journal of Microbiology that I mentioned at the beginning? How are they are appointed? What are the processes that make them become expert? How do we reason in order to distinguish an expert from a charlatan? So the idea that I have already sort of presented at the beginning with my examples is that when we are not competent about the subject matters, the more we are not competent, I would say the more we are not competent about the subject matters, as in most cases that involve scientific expertise, the more we do not blindly trust what we are said, rather we use heuristics and other social information to come up with a reputational assessment of the expert in question. So when we don't know anything about the content, well, what is left is the source. And so we can reason about the source and try to understand where does its trustworthiness come from, how it is constructed, what is the reputation of the source, and we have many social indicators available in the social environment around us. So I talked about reputation, and reputation is part of the concept of reputation was part of my work. Here I can take the advantage to advertise a book I wrote on reputation that is basically a lot about social indicators of trust, because I claim that the social indicators of trust are those which allow us to construct a reputational assessment of the source that we have to deal with. So reputation is the social track that all our actions leave in the mind of others. It is a cloud of opinions about oneself that can crystallize in judgments and evaluations. Every individual constructs a reputation through the actions that impact the social environment around her. And every individual is also aware of the fact that her actions have an impact, so that she can strategically try to influence others by performing certain actions that signal her competence or benevolence in a certain domain. And on the other hand, each of us use these signals to assess the reputation of the source. So it's we strategically try to manipulate our own reputation in order to come up as a trustworthy characters. On the other hand, people read this signal in a different way and assess our reputation with some strategies that sometimes are very different from the strategies that we use in order to create the reputation. In order to understand what reputation, how we can reconstruct reputation, we distinguish between informal and formal reputations. The informal, let's say the informal reputation or the formal indicators of reputation are all the socio-cognitive phenomena connected to the circulation of opinions, rumors, gossip, innuendo, indiscretions, values, emotions, informational cascades, and so on. And the formal indicators of reputation are all the official schemes for putting reputation into an objective format, such as rating and ranking systems, product labels, and informational hierarchies, for example, established by algorithms on the basis of internet search. It hierarchizes the information and gives a certain reputation to each chunk of information. So, what are the dimensions of reputation that we actively use as social indicators of trustworthiness of a certain source? Well, we tried to unpack the notion of reputation through some different dimensions, and this and we considered that each of these dimensions can be used in our reasoning about the trustworthiness of a source as a social indicator of the trustworthiness of that source. The first dimension we study in the case of the chloroquine debate is epistemic authority. Epistemic authority is a very, if you want, paradoxical notion, because giving authority to a certain person means to giving up our own reasons in order to accept the reasons that the other persons give us on a certain position. And so in a certain way, it is a surrender of our reason. And so how can we reason about surrendering our reason, in a sense? So it's a very complex notion that has been analyzed at length in philosophy. There is for example, the book by Linda Zagajewski on epistemic authority, which was out a few years ago, is a classic on a discussion of the subject. But we can distinguish at least two kinds of epistemic authority that we can use actively when we try to reason about the trustworthiness of a source. If we are dealing with an expert, as in the case of, for example, the chloroquine debate, in which we were dealing with experts, scientometric is a social indicator of epistemic authority. All the measures, that is, with scientometrics, I mean all the measure of prestige, scientific impact, and prestige that we can easily check, for example, by a search on Google Scholar. And this is something that we can actually do. I mean, when Dr. Raoult became a sort of prominent character in the debate around the chloroquine, I myself went to check the H index of this scientist in order to understand if he was a charlatan or a respected scientist in his community. And there are, of course, also other informal, other scientific, social indicators of epistemic authority, which is, for example, the personal charisma, some informal signs of authority. Someone has told me that this person has authority, like gossip, etc., that we can use in order to assess the reputation of a particular source. Another dimension that we have analyzed is that of influence and popularity. This is another social indicators. Informal popularity can be boosted by, for example, the endorsement of by public figures. I have mentioned at the beginning of the presentation the endorsement of chloroquine as a miracle cure by Donald Trump and Elon Musk. And for those who are not familiar to this debate that was so prominent in France in this last spring, the president of France, Emmanuel Macron, went to visit Dr. Raoult in Marseille, which was an act of deference that clearly boosted the popularity of this scientific practitioner. And today we have also formal, easily checkable formal measure of influence and popularity, like, for example, a number of likes, a number of shares, number of retweets of a message. And we know that the chloroquine debate was very present on the social media, and in particular, this prominent figure, Dr. Raoult, used to post videos almost every week and tweeted and still tweets a lot about the whole case with an incredible popularity among the known peers public. Another dimension that we have analyzed is that of status. Status can be formal, that is a position in a hierarchy, but it can be also informal. It can be earned on the spot. Sometimes in a conversation, we earn status by through our character, or by mentioning some, for example, gossip, even gossip about ourselves. And the conversational setting can change statuses. I mean, we know that gossip is a kind of discourse that is basically studies as a way of changing statuses in society. So gossiping on a person is a way of changing his or her status. And of course, there are values that we use as social indicators of trustworthiness, values that can be epistemic, like reliability, replicability, disinterestedness, or non-epistemic, like, for example, the work culture of a certain scientific lab, sexism, ageism. For example, there were gossip about on the newspapers about the sexism of the unit in Marseille directed by Dr. Raoult, and so on and so forth. When we reason about how to trust a source, we sort of organize all these social indicators in a certain in a certain way. Here we have chosen to organize them through two axes and sorry, 4 dimension, formal and informal, and personal and institutional. And we have applied these distinctions and these social indicators to the case of Dr. Raoult's. Why Dr. Raoult's case was so interesting? Because he seemed to rank high both on all dimensions. Informal authority, popularity, and status, and formal authority, popularity, and status, and also in terms of his institution, it seemed that both dimension, formal and informal, ranked high. So how did the public, in order to, how did the public reason in order to come up with an attitude, a trustful or not trustful attitude toward this case? Well, I conclude here, but we can go on into the discussion, and also into details of these different social indicators. What we can say is that once we started to deal with all these different social indicators, what we can do in order to create a sort of reputational image of the source in question is to check the coherence between the different social indicators we managed to trace. Okay, he said that he ranks high in terms of scientometrics, but in an article, in a journal article, so let's say a piece of gossip, I read that he said, or I saw on the social media, that he said that he doesn't trust science, the scientific elite. So in a sense, he contradicts himself. On one hand, he's part of this elite, but on the other hand, he's debunking the authority of these elites. So trying to see among these social indicators if I can construct a sort of coherent picture of, or if there are contradictions. And the point of frictions and points of contradiction can be interesting points in which I can question my own trust into a certain source of information. So we weight the various social indicators in order to get a coherent picture of the expert to be trusted. And this reputational avatar of the expert is who we really interact with, and what we can in fact track is how his or her reputation evolves. So we don't have a direct access neither to the information because it's too technical, nor to the source because we don't know him personally. In the case of Dr. Raoult, we have information that has to do with the reputation of the source that we constructed through the extraction of all these social indicators, and then the weighting these different social indicators in order to see the coherence of this reputational avatar that has been created. So this is the way in which we use social indicators when we reason about trust. And I stop here in order to leave some time for the questions. Thank you. Where are we? I hope I saw.
You have 10 minutes to answer questions.
Okay.
Yes, maybe once again on the technical part, if you haven't been with us in the beginning, I hope you understand me better now. I try to connect via the phone.
Yeah.
You can, as attendees, raise your hand by clicking on the participants list, and then in the lower right corner, there should be a very tiny button showing a hand. And if you click on this button, you can raise your hand if you want to ask a question or make a comment. So Gloria raised her hand. This worked.
Just to see if it worked, sorry.
Yeah, I see Matt raising his hand, so I'll unmute him. Matt, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. I don't have my camera on, but I guess that's not really an issue. No.
That's fine.
Okay, good. Well, thank you very much. There's a lot of interesting stuff to think about here. I think my question is really just a request for clarification about the kind of account that you've given us about trust in science and expertise. Really about whether what we have here is an account of how people do reason how novices come to reason when they come to trust in experts, or how we should be reasoning, or how we would need to reason in order to place our trust in the right people and make accurate judgments of trustworthiness. And the reason I ask this is that it seemed to me that some parts of the account were better suited to what you might call a normative account of trusting the trustworthy, and some of it seemed to be tracking empirical matters of how this actually works in practice. Yeah,
thank you very much. This is a crucial question, and actually I think I jumped back and forth between a normative account and a more descriptive one that tracked the empirical case of Dr. Raoult, and this is crucial. I think we selected the dimensions of trustworthy, or the social indicators of trustworthiness, by going back and forth between the normative and the descriptive. What I want to say is that I don't know. It's a sort of reflexive equilibrium, in a sense. I mean, what I said at the beginning is that the people reason when they come to trust, and so the dimension that we selected are dimensions that are reasonable enough, let's say. It means that I can give I can articulate a reason to someone who asks me, why do you trust this person, for example, by mentioning, well, I trust his epistemic authority, or I trust his status, etc. So what and so this is normative in a sense. This dimensions of reputation that we have extracted are on a normative side. Means that there are those that can be used for articulating reason for trusting. On the other hand, I gave an empirical example, in a case of an empirical example, which was particularly puzzling because, as I told you, this guy, Dr. Raoult, seemed to rank high in all the dimensions. So what do you do when all the dimensions are, or the indicators rank high? I gave a more sort of empirical. I gave a more empirical account of how people actually do when they found themselves in such a situation, and In this case, I said, well, they have to, what they do, they weight the different dimension and sort of hierarchize the different dimensions and try to spot contradictions. So I gave part of the account is normative, a part of account is descriptive. You're totally right that there is something that should be clarified. Does it answer to your question?
Oh, yes, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think if I can be allowed a quick follow-up, there's potential, of course, for tension here. If, for instance, we're thinking through how those metacognitive judgments are made in reality, then it may well be the case that we'll find a lot of cognitive bias involved in the way that people weigh up the different reasons for judging whether or not this doctor should be considered trustworthy.
Sure. Totally agree, and this is exactly what we wanted. I mean, this article was at the beginning much longer, and then we split it in two, and the part on biases went into another article, became another article, and exactly these are the reasons we give, and the reason must be articulable. So articulated. Sorry. And in this sense, we don't consider biases in this article. So I totally agree. Thank you very much for the question.
Thank you.
Jaron? I see two hands raised, Elena Pasquinelli and Jaron Hara.
I unmuted Jaron, so he should be able to talk.
Yeah, I see that now. Hi, good morning. Thank you for your very fascinating talk. I have been following this debate as well as an STS scholar on conspiracy theories. And I was wondering from that perspective, following up on the normative theory of trust, if you, from a more sociological perspective, did you see different communities with different styles of assessing reputation and trust? Because this is very descriptive, and I wonder if you see sort of different, styles.
Yes, of course. I mean, there were so many different styles in this debates, in the publics that were involved in this debate. And I would say, I mean, I think that a way to respond is that we considered also the dimension of values. And I would say that this community have different values, so they will weight social indicators in different different weights. And but again, for me, is important to going back to the normative descriptive. I mean, for me, it's important to extract the reasons. So it means the reasons that people can articulate in a sort of sensible way in order to trust someone. So even in different communities, the community that was more for Dr. Raoult, which was considered a sort of populist oriented kind of community, well, this community has values. For example, values anti-scientific values, and in this sense, it will weight certain indicators in a certain with more or less weight because of its values. So I think that there were different publics, there were different communities, but these communities, given that we take into account also values as a dimension of one of the dimensions that we use in order to assess the reputation of an expert, these values were different, and they were used in order to weight were used in order to assess the reputation.
Yes, thank you so much.
You have time for one very, very quick final question.
Sorry, yeah, I was long in the answers. I'm sorry. I'm going to be.
We have a hand from Elena Paschinelli. Eleanor, could you can speak now.
Yes, I will be quick. So thank you, Gloria, first of all. And I wanted to ask you something that comes before all the machine that you described of analysis of reasons for trusting or not Raoult, which is, you talked about the precondition being the uncertainty, the low confidence you feel for two reasons. One is that you notice that there is a conflict of opinions between different people, and this lowers your confidence in one opinion or the other. But the other one is maybe more personal, that is that you don't feel to be an expert or to know enough of the domain under discussion to pronounce yourself, and this sets you into movement to search for other indexes, other signs of trust. What happens? How this feeling of uncertainty and this feeling of low confidence in my expertise plays as a moderator of your availability to do all these rational search for new indexes? What happens if you are
I think that I see the question. Thank you. Very quickly, I think that the more you are uncertain, the more these social indicators count. So the more you're uncertain about the content, the more the social indicators are important, are relevant in order to come up with a judgment of trustworthiness. I think we should stop here.
Yep, that would be great.
Yeah, and give the.
Next, we have Torben Gundersen and Christine Holst talking about conditions of trustworthy science advice.
Torbjörn, it's you presenting, right? So I make you the presenter, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Can you all hear and see me now?
Yes, we can.
I will try to share my presentation as well. Can you all see it?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. So this is a paper about the trustworthy science advice mechanisms that I'm writing together with Katrine Holst, the part of the Perisha project. This is a very early stage of the paper, so to speak, so all kinds of comments are welcome. Our assumption in this paper is, starting point is that general distrust in experts is quite rare. And as Honora O'Neill has argued, the problem is not that there is no distinction between trustworthy and untrustworthy experts, but rather that, I quote, "It is often hard and time-consuming to find a basis for trusting specific claims, commitments, and competence," unquote. So not only can it be difficult for lay people to identify proper experts in concrete policy issues, there might also be diverging views in the public about which experts that should be trusted, and more fundamentally on what grounds experts should be trusted. So this paper examines the latter issue of the very conditions of trustworthy science advice mechanisms in which scientists have a public mandate in public advisory committees, boards, or panels to inform policymaking processes and decision-making. Okay, so in order to answer this question, we will first provide a kind of conceptual mapping of what we know about commonly and reasonably held conditions of trustworthy science advice. And then we will explore a case, and that is the case of advisory committees in the Nordic government system. And then we try to draw some lessons from this empirical case in order to inform the philosophical discussion, and perhaps also make it more relevant to actual practice. Okay, so first let me say a few words about how we understand science advice mechanism. A science advice mechanism refers here to a mechanism that includes scientists that give advice to governments or civil society based on scientific knowledge. Scientific advice mechanisms can thus include scientists exclusively, or they can include also non-scientists or different categories of non-scientists. And the concept of science is here understood quite broadly in the sense that it includes the humanities and social sciences, also law. An important aspect of this way of using expertise is that it is a form of institutionalized expertise. So it's not the kind of expert you see discussing in the media, as we just heard. This is a case of scientists with a public mandate to inform political institutions. And this way of using expertise involves an active role on behalf of scientists in a policymaking context. And while sometimes scientific knowledge can have an impact on society in more unintended and indirect ways, this is a foreseeable and explicit and intended way for scientists to contribute to policymaking. Okay. So let me say just a few words about trust and epistemic trust. I can hear a sound here of some clicking. So, yeah. Okay, so first the general concept of trust, which is best understood as a triadic relation. So A, public and policymakers, trust B, science advice mechanisms and expert bodies with regard to C, that is knowledge claims, but also recommendations in a given policy area. And so there are several concepts that are quite similar to trust and trustworthiness. So concepts like credibility, confidence, authority, social status, social capital, and reputation, as we just heard. So what I find distinct about the notion of trust is that it is a combination of a particular kind of epistemic reliance and a positive attitude of confidence towards the expert. So epistemic reliance comes clearly to the fore in expert arrangements in the sense that most people are unable, for instance, to detect climate change, explain its causes and mechanisms, and therefore must rely on the assessment reports from the IPCC in order to make reasonable policy decisions. But as I just indicated, reliance is not sufficient for trust. We could rely on people that we do not have a confidence in. For instance, we could rely on an incompetent judge. I think the metaphor is sometimes used an unsafe bridge, which we have to rely on. And this is why I think the positive attitude of confidence needs to be added, in the sense that trust involves a positive attitude towards the experts, in the sense that we believe that they will provide us with reliable knowledge. Let me see how I'm doing with the time here. I just want to say a few words about whether trust is a good thing. I mean, first of all, trust can make us vulnerable to expert failure, in the sense that if we trust, put great trust in experts, have great confidence in them without controlling what they're doing, for instance, we are vulnerable to mistakes. And there are many cases of this. Perhaps a deeper and perhaps more philosophical view is that trust undermines ideals such as equality and personal autonomy. And for instance, Feyerabend was quite early in formulating this kind of criticism towards trust in experts, basically saying that it is irrational. We should have lay people controlling what experts say. But we will not go into this discussion. We will merely assume that trust in some experts is more justified than trust in others. But I think this is a very important discussion that perhaps in another paper we could explore this more. Okay, so what makes science advice mechanisms trustworthy? I think a first step in answering this question is to identify the main dimensions along which experts can be considered trustworthy or not. And as many have pointed out, trustworthiness seems to be having two main dimensions, one epistemic and one moral. Honor O'Neill refers to this as competency and commitment, respectively. So how does this apply to science advice mechanisms? What makes these experts competent? What makes them morally responsible? So how can these main aspects be specified for science advice? So this is a rather daunting task, but let me try to provide some, at least some keywords on how this could be specified. So in regards to the epistemic condition, it seems that the competencies of experts in a science advice mechanism must be based on relevant scientific expertise. It must display some kind of compliance with current state of play in science, I mean, in scientific knowledge. And there seems to be a diverging, I will not discuss that here, but consensus might have a substantially different role in expert arrangements than it has in science, but I will leave that for here. But relevant scientific expertise is not sufficient for being competent as an expert. It seems that there are a set of extra scientific competencies that are relevant for scientific experts to be competent in a science advice mechanism. And these has to do with the abilities to communicate, translate knowledge, provide assessments that are usable for policymakers. We might talk of what Andreas Eriksen has referred to as political literacy as a part of the competence of experts. Now, in regard to the moral condition of trustworthy science advice, the following features are relevant. And here we also need some help, I think. So first of all, it seems that the experts working in a given science advice mechanism must be morally and socially responsible as experts. It also seems that in these mechanisms, the role of moral, political, and social democratic values in such things as risk assessments and decisions over what to assert in the reports and in communicating with the public will have an impact on this moral condition. And also, as Carlo Martini and others have argued, unbiasedness seems to be an important reason why people tend to trust expert, and this might also be a condition for trustworthy science advice. So these are the two main dimensions of trustworthiness in the literature, but it seems that given the fact that a science advice mechanism is a particular kind of institution, we will try to argue that a third condition of trustworthy science advice needs to be added, and this has to do with institutional independence. So in order for the scientists to work properly and provide their knowledge and advice in a proper manner in these institutions, there must be a substantial degree of expert autonomy in making knowledge assessments and recommendations. There must also be an absence of undue political and bureaucratic control and interference, for instance, in the deliberation that experts make in these panels and these groups. And also, as many have pointed out in the literature, an absence of conflict of interest within the group of experts seems pertinent to this kind of institutional independence. So how am I doing with time here? Okay, so now we'll move on to present our case, the case of the Norwegian Temporary Advisory Committees. These are regarded as a main pillar in Norwegian governance. Committees are established by the government to analyze social challenges and policy problems and recommend new policies and regulations. So they are found across policy domains, from economic policy to health and environmental policy, and they work on average between 1.5 to 2 years before they submit their report to the government. Mandates and composition of these committees are decided by bureaucrats in the relevant ministry and its political leadership. And they include politicians, interest group representatives, and bureaucrats. But from the 1970s and until today, there has been a steep increase in the share of professors as committee members and chairs. And they include professors from all disciplines, but increasingly from economics and the social sciences. They base their advice in relevant, different kinds of relevant knowledge sources, but they rely increasingly on scientific publications. So we think this qualifies as a proper science advice mechanism. So why is the reason to expect that these committees exemplify trustworthy science advice, which we do in this paper? So first of all, surveys show that citizens in the Nordic countries place high trust in institutions, generally that is, and a high level of trust may be an indicator of trustworthiness, maybe, of course. And secondly, the Nordic countries are ranked at the top of international indexes that measure countries' quality of government, democracy, media freedom, welfare levels, etc. And these indexes indicate not only that institutions are de facto trusted, but also that they have qualities conducive to trustworthiness. So the quality of government index rank countries on the basis of indicators such as meritocratic recruitment to bureaucracy, for instance, or impartial implementations of regulations. And a third reason why we could expect that these institutions are trustworthy is that Katrina and others have performed an interview study where expert informants from government, research, and civil society provide relatively sophisticated understandings of requirements of trustworthy government and report that they place considerable trust in the advisory committees. Okay, so our central finding in the case study is that these committees are de facto trusted, but they do not seem to fully qualify as properly trustworthy. So they have high scores on some empirical indicators, and they are surprisingly low on others. So for instance, in regard to the epistemic condition, the committee score fairly high on some indicators such as the fact that there's a substantial and increasing presence of professors, there's a substantial and increasing use of research, but still on other indicators, the committee seems to score fairly low. So there's no conduct for how experts should perform an expert assessment, for instance. There are no peer review of reports. There are no systematic procedures to check on members' past track records. And in regard to the moral condition, which is, I would say, even more difficult to empirically study, there is limited lay participation. So stakeholder representatives come largely from professionalized national interest organization rather than from the general public. And there are also limited openness in these. And we could argue that these two indicators might make it less likely that the committees are aligned with democratic or public values. And in regard to the condition of institutional independence, the committees score relatively high on some indicators. For instance, there are a few examples of committees that are obviously biased, and there are a few examples of government intervening directly during commission proceedings and perform some kind of control on the deliberation within the group. But still, on some indicators of independence, the committees score surprisingly low. For instance, interest group members are regularly members of committees, and one can say that their role is to voice the interest of their organization. And that might negatively impact the independence of the deliberation in the committee. Also, bureaucrats and politicians have decisive control over mandate formulation and member selection and the secretariat. Okay, so trusted but not fully trustworthy. That's we think at least this is a finding of ours. And just briefly, I want to draw some few lessons from this. So first of all, I think this case illustrates the point made by O'Neill and others that trustworthiness is distinct from trust, and it cannot in any straightforward way be derived from trust. So the science advice mechanism can be trusted and it has several merits without being properly trustworthy according to central conditions that are found in philosophical literature in philosophy of science, social epistemology, and political theory. Another point is that the case indicate that different indicators of trustworthy science advice might draw in opposite directions, in fact. So a low score on one indicator might be directly related to high score on another indicator. So there might be a conflict between, for instance, say, stakeholder involvement and the demand of no conflict of interest. There might be a conflict between scientific expertise versus representation. So there are reasons internal to the dimension set that might explain why some scores will be low if others are high. So this, of course, raises the question of how one could make trade-offs or balance these different kinds of considerations. A third point or a third lesson is that the case seems to strongly suggest that the institutional environment of science advice mechanism makes a difference. So even if the science advice mechanism is not properly trustworthy, the surrounding institutions can be trusted and seem to be relatively trustworthy in a way that increase the general level of trust in the polity's institutions. And perhaps as a final note, I think there could be that there is a fourth and additional condition of trustworthy science advice that one could explore here, and this has to do with the fact that the trustworthiness of the science advice mechanism seems to be directly tied to the trustworthiness of the mandate formulator, that is the government who use the science advice mechanism as a part of policy making. So if the trustworthiness of the government is an inherent part of the trustworthiness of science advice mechanisms, this could be something that we could pursue further. Okay, so that was all, I guess. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Torben. We can open it up to questions now.
There is no one so far. Anyone? I see Matt.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation. I was hoping you could say more about the moral condition, and I'm thinking in particular whether you can say more about the values that would need to be evident in the scientific body in order for it to be considered trustworthy, and maybe also address a potential tension between this and the independence condition, particularly if the wrong values are involved, or if values are involved in the wrong way in the body, then we might worry about its independence.
Thank you. That's an excellent comment, and of course, this is one of the, in my view, one of the most important and difficult issues, because first of all, I think we said something like the proper role of values in these institutions might be conducive to trust, and this, of course, raises the question: what kinds of values, and who should make them? And this in turn has to do with the discussions over the value-free ideal for experts, and transactionism basically being the opposite view, that scientists should make moral, social value judgments. And this, and since this, in my view, this discussion is not, and there are diverging views in these discussions. So there will be controversial, I mean, to say that scientists should be value-free will be controversial, just as transactionism will be controversial. So, but how the experts align their values with, for instance, democratic values could be one way to go. So I think we will have to try to at least say something about this aspect in defining the moral condition. And I totally agree. There's an obvious conflict between, for instance, transactionism and moral responsibility and institutional independence. And it seems that the public, in many ways, find value-free science advice trustworthy, or at least cases where scientists have proven to be driven by values. This has had a negative impact on public actual trust. Whether that's justified or not is another question. But thank you. I will definitely look more into that.
Thank you.
I see Carlo Martini with a raised hand.
Carlo, you can speak. You're unmuted.
Thank you. So thank you, Torben, for your talk. I think I have more of a comment than a question. I might ask you to, if you have any comments on my comment, let's say. So you mentioned the high trust in institutions in Nordic countries. Now, I take it, however, that generally there is a quite high trust overall in the Nordic countries. It's not just about institutions. So I wonder my guess is that it's kind of important to unpack these two factors, and maybe you did, but maybe I missed it. So I'm just wondering if you have any comments on this. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a very good point, and it's absolutely true. I think in all walks of life, there's a high level of trust in the Nordic countries, and that might also then feed into this trust in the advisory system. And this, of course, is very difficult because once you start to unpack and extend the realm of trust relevant to trust in expertise here, it might be difficult for a philosopher like me to handle it. But perhaps Katrine might have a comment to that because she is more into the empirical side of trust here. Katrine, would you?
Yes, thank you, Carlo. That was an excellent point. I think you are right that the data that we sort of had referred to so far on this show that there are high level. The European Values Survey, for example, show that there are both high trust in institutions and high societal trust, and there are other measures also showing the same thing. So maybe we need to also to include a distinction there, but still I think maybe the main lesson that there is a very important not to derive trustworthiness from trust sort of still remains, however you, in whatever way you measure trust levels. But we will consider that, I think, yes.
Maria, please.
So I don't know whether you're aware of this, Catherine. By the way, this was an excellent paper. It's so relevant to the next stages of the project as well as what we are doing right now. So thank you very much. But Bobby Duffy's group right now are looking at the questions they are going to form for the surveys, linking a question of trust to general optimism or positive attitude. And so that's where I think your linkages between general trust in Norwegian or Nordic countries and its institutions and optimism about institutions and trust in experts can become relevant. So I don't know whether you have been following what that group is doing, Bobby Duffy's group is doing. Have you had a chance just now? Okay, I'll send you the documentation about that because this is the right moment to link up these two different working groups together. I'll send it right away after this session is finished. But thank you very much for really a very, very useful paper. Thanks.
Thank you, Maria. Excellent. Do that, please. Yes.
Thank you.
We have a hand up from Gloria.
Okay, thank you very much. That was really very interesting. And I would like to know more about the third condition for trust for the science advice mechanism, that is institutional independence. What the ways in which you can assure institutional independence in case of Norwegian temporary advice committees?
Would you like to answer this, Katrina, or?
So I didn't actually get the question fully. Was it about institutional independence? Yeah. Sorry, Gloria, could you repeat the question?
Yeah, excuse me. I just wanted to know more about the conditions for institutional independence in the case of Norwegian temporary advice committees. How they fulfill, how do they fulfill the condition?
Yeah, it is actually, I think comparatively speaking, it is rather it could be much more independent in the sense that it's actually quite close. The government has the opportunity and do exert a lot of control on these committees in terms of, you know, defining, formulating mandates and deciding who to be part of the committees and so on. On the other hand, there are some limits to what the governments do. They do very seldom intervene during proceedings. They do sometimes, but they seldom do it. And they also try to sort of keep an arm length distance to what is going on. But there is this mixture of control and independence. And it is, I think, compared to what our perception is of kind of an independent science advice, these committees are not that independent, and there could be questioned, although normatively speaking, on those terms.
Okay, thank you.
We have a hand up from Carlo still. Carlo, do you want to add something, or is it still up from your previous comment? Okay, he took it down. So Mauricio Martins raised his hand. Please go ahead.
Hi, thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I really enjoyed your talk, and I think you one of the points that I really enjoyed was this idea that one component that can reduce the trust of people in institutions is the idea that there is some sort of political interference or political bias in how the proceedings go and so on. And I guess that part of the populistic movements, the distrust that they have on institutions comes from this perception that they are politically biased and so on and so on. So my question is like, how could the perceived trustworthiness of people in these populistic movements be increased in institutions? Would it be possible to further depoliticize the institutions that are distrusted by the populistic movements? And if this is not possible, would it be possible to change the perception that institutions are very biased in a political way against the interests of the populistic movement? So my question is how to do it from here to reduce the distrust that populistic movements have on institutions based on the perception of politicization.
Thank you. I think that's a very, very good question and very difficult. I think I'm not sure if I have the competence to really provide a reasonable answer to that question, how it is actually done. But I think what I find interesting is that the existence of political values, interests within expert systems seems to have a negative impact on the general trust in these institutions. And this fact has been employed by, for instance, climate skeptics and other populist movements in order to shed doubt on scientific expertise. But one thing that I find interesting is that if one allows for values and political value judgments within these committees, this might, of course, then, if this is an empirical fact, have a negative impact on trust in science. And I think this is an argument that those who argue that science advice should be perhaps more responsible, more value-laden, should take into consideration, because if the public responds to value-based advice as they seems to be doing, then this might suggest that there's a need for a public reform in how one receives science advice. But thanks for the very interesting question. I'm afraid I can't really answer it.
Can I quickly respond?
Yeah.
There was an interesting paper in 2017 about communicating the need to vaccinate people, or the benefits and so on. And they took into account the moral foundations theory. And they realized if they try to convince people to vaccinate the children using conservative-based values, like based on purity and patriotism and so on, that they were more effective than if they used more left-leaning moral foundations like harm, care, and fairness, and so on, and the other way around. So if they had to convince liberal-minded people, then if they used the moral foundations that were more left-leaning, it was more effective than the other way around. So maybe in communicating, just by using different moral frameworks depending on the target population, can already reduce the sense that there is a political bias in the institution that is communicating the recommendation.
Interesting, thank you. If you could please send it to me or give me the title, I would like to read that paper.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
There are apparently no more hands up at the moment. Anyone wants to add something? Teresa, please.
Hello. I wanted to build more on this discussion of values, which seems to be so prevalent in this work. When you talked about trusted but, that great slide that you had, and you listed your three different sorts of epistemic moral conditions and the condition of institutional independence, we had an earlier question that talked about values in relation to the second and third conditions. And I was curious, it's strange to me to not see values and non-epistemic. Speak more to that.
Okay, you were falling out a bit, but I think I got your question. Okay. You're basically saying that the need for a proper role of values also applies to the epistemic condition, right? Yeah,
that's
so
correct.
I fully agree. So it was not intended to, that they were not intended to be separate, okay, in the sense that they do not interfere with each other, because there might be inductive risk, there might be a need for proper risk assessment, there might be political recommendations that feeds directly into how the knowledge is assessed. And so, yeah, we will, if you got that impression, we need to clarify, because that was not the intention at all. But good point. Was that an answer to?
Yeah, that definitely helps to understand that we should recognize values in all three of these areas, even as they interact and as independent in whatever form that may be.
Thanks.
So we have another contribution from Francesca Ervas.
Yes, just a clarification question, because you use the term political literacy, and it's not clear to me. It seems quite general, but I think it includes many capacities. You mentioned the capacity to communicate. There's included the use of the lexes, technical terms, but also the capacity to argue or to provide justification. which could be unpacked and considered in as different capacities and not as an overall political literacy.
Sorry, I didn't get the last part. Was it a question there, or just a clarification?
It's not clear to me whether you endorse this overall capacity, or you would like to draw some other distinction within it.
Yeah. So. Of course, this was rather was very broadly formulated, but the concept of political literacy I find interesting in the sense that in these institutions, the scientists draw on concepts that are contested or that are value-laden, or that are political. And in order to do their job properly, so to speak, they need to be aware, first of all, they need to be aware that these concepts are political concepts. And they need to also have an awareness that there might be alternative concepts that could be applied. This has also to do with political literacy. And perhaps more importantly, this is from Andreas Eriksson, who has written the paper that I'm referring to here, that we are referring to here. The scientists who, for instance, are to provide advice in environmental issues over sustainability or these kinds of concepts, they need to let the mandate that the policymakers have given them interpret the concept. So they need to the idea is that these central morally contested concepts or political concepts need to be interpreted properly according to the mandate formulation. And this is not an ordinary scientific expertise, one could say, but a more political literacy that is needed in these science advice comments, if that was some kind of answer. It's a really good article by Eriksson, so I strongly recommend it.
Thanks.
Okay, with that then, we'll have to end the questions for now, but again, you're encouraged to communicate if you have any further questions with the authors. Now we'll move to Carlo Martini, his collaborators, Monica Consolmandi, then Trotta, David Battisi, and Federico Gmina, their work on science communication and the establishment of trustworthy epistemic authority during the SARS-CoV-2 or COVID-19 epidemics.
Carlo, can I quickly ask you, are you going to present or any of your colleagues?
Yes, so I emailed you, but I'll be starting the presentation. So I'll be in control of the slides at all times. But Daniela and Federico will intervene in the middle. So I hope that's okay.
Yeah, I'll make you the presenter. So the others, please just make sure that you unmute yourself and probably at your video screen so that everyone can see you when you are talking. But Carlo will remain the presenter to control the slides.
The slides, yes.
You should now be able to share your screen.
Now my share button is on. Okay, here it is. So okay, I guess you can see the slides now. Could you give me a quick confirmation?
Sorry, maybe you can just swap this place on the top so that we can see it in full screen.
Oh, like this. Great. Okay. Yes. Okay, thank you, Daniel. So thank you, everyone, and thanks to, well, of course, Gloria, Teresa, and, well, Daniel, and really all the organizers for organizing this, also in the relative chaos of this pandemic. Now, we have a large team here, so let me introduce the members of our team very, very briefly. David and Federico are philosophers. They work on ethics, and especially the relation between ethics and public policy. Monica is also a philosopher. She works on language. She works with doctors and doctor-patient communication. And Daniela is a linguist, a computational linguist. So she exactly works on computational linguistics, and she helps with some of the technical aspects of this research. Well, I myself have worked quite extensively on expertise, so that's my field here. Now, in this research, we are going to the heart of the matter, so to speak. So we are talking about the pandemics. We are talking about communication, scientific communication during the pandemic. Yes. So the next to the proper pandemic, there has been something that's been called an infodemics. Now, I guess I don't need to go into details about this. I guess you all heard about this, but in very general terms, the problem was the excessive amount of information about the problem. In this case, it was the pandemics itself, the virus spreading and killing people. And this excessive amount of information made it difficult to identify a solution and solutions in general. And the Director General of the WHO actually said that the infodemics was spreading faster and more easily than the virus. So what happened? Well, we look a little bit at the Italian situation in our research. I mean, Italy was hit quite hard and quite early, actually. So what happened in the Italian situation is that many experts, scientists, health practitioners, and so on, who before were not really communicating so much with the public, they were all of a sudden thrown into the fray, so to speak. So they became science communicators overnight. Out of necessity. Of course, there was a crisis and people needed to rely on someone. So this created some issues which we explore in this research, and I'll tell you in a moment how. But the issues here are that the role of a scientist is not exactly the same as the role of a science communicator. And there are different, of course, ways of being science communicators, but I'm simplifying a bit here. So in one sense, the scientists as researchers, I think in the abstract, we call them bench scientists. They belong in a sort of Kuhnian dimension. You know, the scientific community tends to be quite self-referential. They work mostly with epistemic and theoretical problems. And I don't want to get into complex issues about objectivity here, but you know, the sense of objectivity can be taken as, you know, somewhat the standard one. When we go from scientist to science communicator, then the context is different. We talk about knowledge broker. That's a very famous article about knowledge brokers. So knowledge brokers, they have to deal with science policy. They have to deal with a level of social responsibility. They have to deal with practical and ethical problems. So we look at some of these. And certainly the sense of objectivity that you need to use when evaluating this type of activity, so communicating science, is different than the one that you have to deal with when considering scientists as researchers. So it's most likely a much more a notion that's much closer to, say, Longino's ideas of objectivity. And in a sense, as we will see possibly from the research we've done, you need to account for a certain level of actually subjectivity, so relating to the subjects directly. So this is the framework. What are our research questions? Well, we look at the role of scientists and health practitioners as knowledge brokers in the 2020 COVID-19 pandemic. We talk about communicative strategies. So how do experts communicate in order to establish trust with their audience? We look at trust and emotions. Do experts try to establish a relation of trust with the public by using, for example, emotional language? We try to look at the context of the crisis. So what has changed in the crisis climate of 2020 in the way that experts communicate? And we look at awareness. So are scientists aware of the differences of their role as knowledge brokers and its ethical implications, of course, as opposed to, let's call them bench scientists. So these are some of the research questions that interest us, and we have a certain methodology. So it's a double methodology. We use interviews. So we use semi-structured anonymized interviews. So we actually went out. I mean, this is still work in progress, I have to say. We have limited data so far, but we are building a corpus. Daniela will talk to you about that in a couple of minutes. We went out and interviewed directly Italian scientists and science communicators that had a very prominent role, either at the national level or at the local level, that had a very prominent role in communicating the science and the evidence to the public. So, so far we have 4 interviews, but Daniela will talk about that. How many? Well, we are aiming for 10 to 15 interviews. As I mentioned, this is work in progress, so we're still collecting it, collecting the data. And in the second part, in the second, let's say, methodological part, we use computational linguistics. So we analyze both the interviews that we ran and the interviews that the experts gave to the public. So we pick an expert, they have given some interviews published in newspapers and also in video, so TV, basically on Italian TV. And we try to collect a corpus of data there. We also run our own interviews, asking a number of questions, as you will see, and we try to analyze with linguistic tools. Now, this is more or less the methodology. And now for this part, I'll give the word to Daniela Trotta that will present you the first part of our research.
Thank you, Carlo. Good morning to everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Now I briefly present you the methodology we used to investigate the role of Italian scientists and health practitioners as knowledge broker in 2020 COVID-19 pandemics. That includes a set of qualitative, quantitative linguistic analysis. The preliminary step, as Carlo mentioned before, is the construction of a corpus composed by all articles published immediately before, during, and immediately after the lockdown period that contain interviews to health experts and practitioners like doctors, researchers, nurses, and the transcription of semi-structured interviews with the prominent scientists and health experts who acted as knowledge broker in the pandemic. For the transcription, we use a semi-automatic procedure, including an automatic speech-to-text conversion. We use OH Portal and a manual revision performed by expert native speaker annotator, so all team members. For each expert, in the next slide, we create a linguistic profile by automatically computing a set of lexical indicators. To carry out our analysis, we use Tint, a state-of-the-art tool for natural language processing in Italian. We perform a set of operations on the text. First of all, the tokenization. So the text is divided into minimal analysis entities, usually corresponding to the word. After that, every word is lemmatized. Each inflected form will be normalized to the base form. For example, if the interview says ho parlato di, with the lemmatization become parlare, so the infinitive form. This preliminary operation allows us to create the linguistic profiles using statistical information, such as lexical diversity. Lexical diversity or type token ratio is the standard measure to calculate lexical richness, that is the variety of vocabulary and communicative register. The idea is that a large number of different word forms that we call types in linguistics, relative to the number of all words in text that we call tokens, points to a lexically more varied test. Type token ratio value range from 0, therefore use a limited number of words that repeated themselves, to 1, therefore use a number of ambiguous words that are not repeated. At the moment, the interviewee who obtained the highest value was the third, 0.63. Another lexical indicators is lexical density that estimate the linguistic complexity in a written or spoken composition from the functional word or grammatical unit and content word or lexical unit. It can be calculated computing the ratio of lexical items, so nouns, verbs, adverbs, and adjectives, to the total number of the word. Lexical density is one of the methods used in discourse analysis as a descriptive method and parameter which varies with the register and genders. At the moment, the interviewee who obtained the highest value was again the third. The third indicators is readability. In particular, for the Italian language, we have parameter that is the Gulfist index. That is calibrated on the Italian language. It considers two linguistic variables, the length of the words and the length of the sentences. The results are between 0 and 100. The values obtained by us are all less than 60, which indicates that the interviews are difficult to read for the person with a middle license. In the next slide, we explore the collocation. In particular, exploring the meaning of the word in context is an important area to both linguistic and social analysis. So in order to understand how the topic COVID-19 is discussed, in particular, which are the strategies used by the speaker to define the phenomenon, we have examined what are called collocation in linguistics. Collocation are simply a combination of the words that habitually occur in text and corpora. For this operation, we use a Voyant tool that is a web-based reading and analysis environment for digital text. I show you an example. We asked the interviewers about disagreement. As we can see from the table, there are some cases where experts disagree with each other. However, you can notice a certain consistency. For example, in the third line, assistito appunto ad un importante disaccordo tra gli esperti a livello nazionale, etc. In any case, given this evidence, at the later stage, we will proceed with the calculation of the association measure. Technically, in linguistics, we calculate the cosine of association. That in linguistics suggests the probability which two words co-occur or can co-occur in the same context. Thank you for the attention. I turn it over my colleague Federico.
Yes, so actually before we go to Federico, let me just mention very briefly that this type of analysis has a very specific purpose, sorry. So it helps us analyze and identify a number of leitmotifs in the discourse on knowledge broker. As I mentioned, this is ongoing work, so we don't have yet a very elaborate picture. However, as Federico now will explain, we can give you a few bits and pieces, a few snippets of some leitmotifs, some ideas that we can already observe from these interviews. So Federico, I don't know if you want to turn on your video as well.
Yeah, can't you see me?
Oh, yes.
You can?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Daniele and Carlo. Hello, everybody. So in the few minutes that remain, I'll move the focus on some ethical aspects that emerged from our qualitative analysis. As already said, our qualitative research has had and will have the role of informing us, mainly in two ways: by testing our intuitions and hypotheses about knowledge brokers' beliefs and attitudes, and by bringing to light new ethical issues that we didn't consider before. Also because perhaps these aspects, as Carlo said before, are more closely experienced by science communicators themselves rather than by external observers as we are. So as regarding to the first point, all the experts that we interviewed underlined the fact that scientific communication during an emergency involves greater responsibility for knowledge brokers. And they, Carlo, if you can go, thanks. And that they all agree on the fact that scientific communication, especially in the most critical period in our country, has not been optimal. But why not optimal? Well, both we researchers and experts that we interviewed recognize that a core problem in a lack of trust in the scientific community during the emergency concerns the public perception of science during this period, a perception which has been quite significantly influenced by communication of a deep disagreement within the scientific community. Of course, although scientists, experts, and those who know how science works know that disagreement in science is not necessarily something bad, but many non-experts can be disoriented, confused, and skeptical towards experts and the information they provide if these are conflicting. But how's the temperament of knowledge brokers about this? Do they think they should communicate their disagreement with other members of the scientific community with guidelines or not? Originally, namely before the interviews, we considered two potential conflicting ways to deal with this dilemma. Some may think that in order to build trust, knowledge brokers should be transparent and autonomous, expressing one's opinion, even if in contrast with other scientists or guidelines, and no matter the social impact of the communication of a fragmented and uncertain image of the scientific community. On the other hand, some might believe that knowledge brokers should keep disputes and conflicts within the scientific debate without communicating it to the public. And for instance, a physician should follow the guidelines adopted by its professional association, even if it disagrees with them. Actually, 3 out of 4 of the interviewed experts endorses this latter option, stressing the importance of a direct control room or to appear as unite or to follow the guidelines. However, as I said, also some other new ethical issues emerged from the interviews. First of all, the fact that apart from epistemic virtues, participants often refer to moral virtues when questioned about the essential features of a knowledge broker, such as, for example, humility, honesty, or authoritativeness. Authority. So this is very interesting, and perhaps it could inform some future research and maybe guidelines for a good and trustworthy communication of science. And lastly, but partly related to this, we appreciated a clash between two more general methods of communicating science, which we think depend on how knowledge brokers conceive the lay public, or in other words, not only the public understanding of science is at stake here, but also what we call the science understanding of the public. In fact, we, on the one hand, we observe a more paternalistic or vertical approach, which conceives non-expert as not really capable to manage scientific information and unable to understand how the scientific enterprise works. And this approach seems to build trust, giving a united, confident, and reliable image of science. And on the other hand, we observe a more horizontal approach, if we may say so, whose aim is not only to provide scientific information and very clear instructions and directive, but also to promote conceptual tools to understand how the scientific community produce such knowledge. So this, we think, underlies a more, the second approach underlies a more optimistic conception of the known expert's capacity to understand science. And it aims to build trust, sharing more, sharing methods, assumptions, and dynamics on which science builds its outputs. Okay, so that's it. Thank you. And I leave the floor to Carlo again for some conclusive remarks. Please, Carlo.
So thank you, Federico. The topic of epistemic humility came up quite a bit in the interviews, as well as disagreement. So let me pick on that. I mean, most likely, so far this presentation has been possibly a little bit confusing. I mean, we touched on quite many topics, but this is like the nature of this work in progress. I'm going to have to possibly confuse you even a little bit more by adding a couple of things. So, as I mentioned, what we want to do is to study knowledge brokers by studying also what knowledge brokers say about themselves and their job. So let me conclude by way of a commentary actually on this really nice article that Erik Agner, he's a philosopher of economics in Stockholm, he wrote it quite early in the pandemic. So I'll comment on a couple of bits from Erik's articles. The first one, Erik says, frequent expressions of supreme confidence might seem odd in light of our obvious and inevitable ignorance about a new threat. Okay, so he's talking about too much confidence in the way that many public people, not only experts, but in general, public figures talked about the pandemic and the actions that should have been undertaken. Now, this is true. Overconfidence is an issue. However, I can say that from our interviews so far, we also learned that the general public and policymakers, for different reasons probably, they actually need a feeling of reassurance, a feeling of certainty. This is some kind of psychological, possibly even social need, and this is a communication problem. So it's all good to warn against overconfidence or supreme confidence, as Erik says, but at the same time, it is a psychological and social need, this feeling of reassurance and certainty. So we see this, we frame this as a communication problem, and understanding that this is a social need is what Federico was talking, the SUP, so the science understanding of the public. We need to understand this as well. The second bit, and I know my time is running out, but I'm almost done. Erik Agner says it's never been more important to learn to separate the wheat from the chaff. The experts who offer well-sourced information from the charlatans who offer little by misdirection. And now I think I'll just make a quick comment on this. I think we need to possibly resuscitate a bit. I think it's the topic has been mostly forgotten, except for a few exceptions. Revisiting the problem of demarcation, but most likely from a different viewpoint than the one that the logical positivists were stressing. So we I think we should still talk about some kind of demarcation problem, possibly reframed as the ability to understand what scientists are, whom the genuine scientists are, and as opposed to the quacks, the the charlatans, as Eric says. And I'm on this. I think this is a nice article by Pigliucci, relatively recent, about how to revive, according to him, the demarcation problem. So with this, I thank you, and please do ask us anything you wish, any clarification or comments you might have on our talk.
I see Francesca's hand still up, but I guess it's from the discussion before.
Yeah, should
Gloria.
I stop sharing or should I still?
As you wish. You can
Okay,
do
well,
so,
and then I can stop sharing, and in case it's needed, I'll put the presentation back up.
Thank you. So Gloria has her hand up. Go ahead, Gloria.
Thank you very much, Carlo, Federico, and oops.
There are many of us, Daniela, Monica, and Davide.
Yeah, and Daniela, Monica, and Davide for this very interesting presentation. I just wanted to understand first the interviews. Did you make the interviews, or these were transcriptions of interviews done in newspapers, etc.?
So both. I wasn't clear enough on that. Thank you for the clarificatory question. So both we are still doing. We are transcribing. We are collecting and codifying given interviews. So in newspapers. But also we are interviewing the experts directly. So far we have interviewed 4 people, very prominent speakers in the Italian scenario. And after we interview, we record the interviews. We have a recorder, and then we transcribe the interviews, and then Daniela does the linguistics analysis.
Okay, thank you. And also I wanted to ask you about your distinction between epistemic and non-epistemic virtue, epistemic and moral virtue. In my own reading of epistemic virtue, humility is an epistemic virtue. So what would be the moral virtues that are not non-epistemic, I mean, that and are relevant for your research?
Well, I also do think that we can frame humility as an epistemic virtue, definitely. But this comes from actually one particular interview. It was the first one that we did. We interviewed one woman, a researcher, and we asked her. So how, let me recall the interview. How do you, do you think it's important that the public trusts you as an expert? Okay. And she said, no, I think it's important that the public trusts me, period. She said it almost verbatim in this way. So she said, I think it's important that people trust me, period, not as an expert. And what she was getting at is the idea that there is a moral. I mean, it goes a bit opposite what you were saying, and I have to say that I don't completely agree with this person that we interviewed, but she was going a bit in the opposite direction from your approach, which I feel it's also a bit closer to my own approach to trusting authority for epistemic reasons. But she was saying, no, actually there is an ethical dimension that people should trust me as a person who they should believe that I am here to give them the right kind of information to give them what they need, not to fool them, not to trick them, not to tell them something false, and so on. So in that sense, she stressed the ethical dimension.
Okay, thank you very much.
So I have no hands up at the moment. Mauricio, please. Sorry, you should be able to speak now.
Okay. Again, another fascinating talk. I wanted to ask you about the epistemic humility, and because you were talking a bit about the different effects. So on one hand, reassuring people with a clear, unified message and certainty can have a positive effect. And I wonder if there is a difference between short-term effects and long-term effects. And I mean, so I explain what I say. In the short term, it might be very beneficial to give a clear recommendation that does not allow ambiguity or uncertainty for that reassurance. But in the long term, because science is often wrong. That's the nature of science. So if you do make a recommendation with a lot of certainty, and then in a couple of months it turns out that you were wrong, does this lead to a long-term erosion of the trust? So I would like to ask you to comment on whether you see this dissociation between short-term and long-term effects of this. Yeah.
Thank you. This is a very helpful comment, because we actually haven't really framed it in this way, but I do find it helpful. What I can say, however, is that even if we framed it in a slightly different way, but at least one of the interviewees was saying explicitly that the COVID-19 science isn't really settled science. Of course, he was saying, I was trying to follow the guidelines, but the guidelines were changing every 3 to 4 days. If you know medical guidelines, usually they take months to be formulated and even more to be changed. So guidelines coming so quickly and being modified constantly, it's quite something in the crisis situation. And definitely from a communication point of view, what the real difficulty is to communicate in an effective way the fact that the science is changing, sometimes very quickly, and in a situation of crisis even more quickly. This is not like climate science that has been accumulating for decades now. But it's very difficult to do this with the public. But I like your formulation, and I think this is something that we will investigate more. And of course, let me mention, I would like, of course, all my co-present and co-authors to intervene. So I see maybe Davide has some comments on this.
Thank you, Carlo. Regarding the different approaches that we mentioned, the vertical one and the horizontal one, may have two different effects, both in short term and long term. For example, whereas the paternalistic vertical approach is maybe more effective in the short term, in emergency time, maybe in long term that could be more problematic. Indeed, we yesterday, when we was thinking about this presentation, we thought about this, and maybe the horizontal approach can build a more solid trust relationship between expert and non-expert, because the public can better understand what in the way in how our science works. So maybe the horizontal approach there is not an exclusive approach, because it's something like a combination between them. And the horizontal approach can have maybe a better long-term effect, whereas the vertical one can have a better short-term effect, in particular in the pandemics and emergency.
Mm-hmm. Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so I see Teresa's hand up.
Yes, I'm really happy that this last question addressed this issue of short-term and long-term consequences, because I think what you've identified is that with a vertical approach, which we tend to rely on in crises, it's able to give immediate communication and information fairly well, but then there are some long-term consequences that aren't addressed in terms of trust. So I'd like to open it up to the authors if they'd like to hypothesize about what sort of communication methods they see as part of the horizontal approach.
I missed the last part of the question, sorry.
I just wanted to open it up to you all to discuss or perhaps propose the sort of communication models and methods that you see that would be able to carry out this horizontal approach.
This might be a bit early in our stage of research, but we might have some. Davide, go ahead.
No. This was the same thing that you was talking, because maybe it's quite early now to understand which model, and because maybe we need also to undergo survey in population in order to see how these two approaches works from the side of population, from the side of the public, rather than the side of the as communicators. So it's quite early, but it's definitely a crucial point to address in our project.
Okay, no, that's very reasonable in terms of a response.
Thank you. No, but thank you, Teresa. It's a very important question, and of course we do want to try to answer that. I mean, if I can add something, I don't know if it's useful, but what we observe is that there are epistemic needs of the scientific community, and there are epistemic needs of the public, and they don't necessarily converge. In fact, they might diverge quite often, and this is possibly one of the main problems of any communication strategy. So finding some kind of strategy that tries to address these two, this clash, let's say, is very important.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much. We'll move to our final presentation then for this morning session. It's Taryn Jose Ketumana, who is talking on the nature of expertise, vaccine hesitancy, and the question of trust.
Am I visible and am I audible?
Yes, we can hear and see you.
Okay. I'll just try to share my screen. I hope everyone can see the.
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm just going to start by first thanking the organizers for setting all this up. And I want to maybe first begin by giving a little bit of context. So I began my PhD last October, and my work was on early childhood vaccines and why an increasing number of parents were seen to be hesitant to vaccinate their children. At least this was the way vaccine hesitancy was broadly talked about in Western liberal democracies or high-income countries. But the pandemic has changed how we think about vaccines and vaccine hesitancy in a substantial manner, and my presentation today is going to focus on what are the continuities and discontinuities in how we talk about vaccine hesitancy, with specific emphasis on the question of trust. So I'm going to begin with just by giving some introductory remarks about vaccine hesitancy. Yeah. So I'm following the SAGE definition, which is the Strategic Advisory Group of Experts on Immunization, and they note or claim that vaccine hesitancy refers to the delay in acceptance or refusal of vaccines despite availability of vaccine services. Now, one of the reasons for even coining this term was to stop the debate or discussions about vaccine hesitancy being reduced to just questions about pro-vaccine or being anti-vaccine. And so by looking at vaccine hesitancy in a slightly, sorry, I'm not able to move my screen. Yeah. In a slightly more complex manner, we can see that it's very context specific. It varies across time and space. And we're not just talking about pro-vaccine or anti-vaccine, but that ambiguous space in the middle that you can see in the image. So for instance, you can have someone that's okay with the polio vaccine, but that is resistant to the MMR vaccine. We see that vaccine hesitancy is significantly different in Western liberal democracies or as high-income countries, as opposed to a post-colonial situation, for instance. And vaccine hesitancy is constantly talked about in terms of the 3 C's, and I'll take each of them one at a time. So the first C is convenience. This refers to structural barriers that limit vaccine uptake. So we're talking about the lack of access to vaccines or economic limitations that might prevent getting vaccinated, or a lack of health literacy where you don't know that a vaccine is available for something very specific infectious disease. Now, convenience is super important, and swift action must be made to deal with these type of structural barriers. But that's not what I'm going to focus on today, because the question of trust presents itself when the vaccine is available and affordable, but still a conscious decision is made to delay or refuse the vaccine. So this brings us to the second C, which is complacency, where we talk of the perceived risks of vaccine, where it's seen or perceived that the risks of vaccine preventable diseases are low, and so vaccination is not thought to be necessary in that moment. And to maybe better explain this, I will look at the Chen and Hibbs model. There's a lot going on in this graph, so I will isolate those aspects that will be fruitful for our discussion while slowly moving through the stages. So stage 1 is a pre-vaccine stage. There's the widespread threat of an infectious disease, and there's the expectation that a vaccine will be the solution. We move to stage 2, a vaccine becomes available. And when it's successfully implemented, you see a drastic reduction in the threat and prevalence of an infectious disease. So if you look at the graph, as vaccine coverage represented by the dotted line goes up, disease rates go down. The fact that vaccines are able to accomplish this, that's drastically reduce the threat and prevalence of an infectious disease, means that vaccines are constantly mentioned as being among the greatest public health initiatives of the 20th century. So in short, vaccines have been incredibly successful. But in stage 3, we see that this success can breed complacency. What we saw was that the urgency and intensity that to vaccinate was motivated by the threat posed by an infectious disease. So when a vaccine successfully reduces the threat posed by this disease, we see a loss of the urgency and intensity to vaccinate. And as a result, we see public attention turns to other concerns and vaccines losing importance in the public imagination. This can lead to a lowering of immunization rates and then a return of vaccine preventable diseases. A recent example being measles outbreaks, where we see a spike of infectious cases. And at least in the Western context, it was discussed in terms of parents who were hesitant to vaccinate their children, leading to avoidable deaths in a number of instances. The global count being 140,000 deaths in 2018, and a threefold increase in measles cases in 2019 as compared to the previous year. So this leads to a number of biomedical experts to make the claim that vaccines have become a victim of their own success. The argument being that vaccines come on the scene when there's a threatening infectious disease. They drastically reduce the threat posed by this infectious disease, leading to a new healthy normal. But then there's a tendency to take this new healthy normal for granted, forgetting that if this new healthy normal is to be sustained, we have to continue to vaccinate. But the return of vaccine preventable diseases means a return of the threat posed by these diseases, so a return of that intensity and urgency to vaccinate, and we see renewed public demand for vaccines. Now, there's some things that complacency does help us explain about vaccine hesitancy. So it shows us that without the threat of infectious diseases, there's a loss in the urgency to vaccinate. And the return of these vaccine preventable diseases brings back the urgency to vaccinate. And during the measles outbreaks, we saw a number of hesitant parents soften their opposition to vaccines. But if one were to only look at vaccine hesitancy via the lens of complacency, we would miss a lot because there are limitations to this picture. As Maya Goldenberg notes, that this graphic, that's the Chen-Hibbs model that we just discussed, conveys the notion of a very passive public that's just motivated by fear rather than sound judgment, lacking in critical abilities needed to appreciate the long-term effects of vaccines. And if we look at this, we see, for instance, that not all concerns that people have about vaccines can be reduced to issues of complacency. So the fear of side effects, or the distrust of big pharmaceutical companies, or distrust of the regulations of vaccine production, or the revolving door between big pharma and governments, this cannot be reduced to complacency. And for this reason, we have to move to the third C, which is confidence. And here, the focus is explicitly on trust. So it's the trust or distrust of the effectiveness or safety of the vaccine, a trust or distrust on the system that delivers the vaccine, or trust or distrust towards the motivations of those that make the policy regarding vaccines. Now, there's a tendency, again, to see a carryover of that passive characterization of the public when we talk about a public distrust. So Robert Crease notes that there's a tendency, for instance, to treat the distrust of science as a fear of the unknown, as anti-science, or as cultural pessimism, or as Honora O'Neill notes, the Cassandra problem, where there's misplaced mistrust, where there's unwarranted suspicion and misjudged refusal to trust, even where there's adequate evidence of trustworthiness. And just to maybe take O'Neill to meet vaccine hesitancy in a certain extent, because vaccine hesitancy talks about a more ambiguous situation rather than absolute mistrust. So the problem of selective mistrust coupled with anxiety about how to place that trust. Now, I want to stress that both Crease and O'Neill are not advocating for this way of looking at public distrust of science or expertise. They're saying that this is one avenue of doing so, and they're pretty critical about it. The question for us today is, well, this was a way of talking about, or this was broadly seen to be the way that hesitant parents were referred to or talked about in vaccine hesitancy discussions before the pandemic. And the question is, now that vaccine hesitancy has become a more broader issue and the public in general is concerned with a COVID-19 vaccine, is this approach something that works to discuss what's going on today? So we discuss vaccine confidence and we see some parallels. So concerns with the effectiveness and safety of the vaccine presents itself today in the form of worry that the speed of vaccine development will be cutting corners. So concerns about the system that delivers vaccines is seen with the fact that there's suspicions over the tie-ups between governments and big pharmaceutical companies. And again, concerns or worries about the motivations of policymakers are seen in the fear that if a COVID-19 vaccine were made mandatory, that this would lead to a possible loss of autonomy in certain domains. So the question is, can these concerns be, in my view at least it would seem, explained away or take a dismissive approach by saying, well, it's just a fear of the unknown. It's just a sort of anti-science ideology or a sort of cultural pessimism, given the way the pandemic has been disrupting our lives in some sense. And I want to properly evaluate this. I want to follow O'Neill's distinction between trusting truth claims, so the honesty and accuracy of certain claims. So you see if a truth claim fits the world or does not fit the world. and trusting commitments. So when you trust one to do what one is undertaken to do. And lastly, a trusting competence, where you trust the experience, skill, and judgment to carry out a commitment. It's important to note is that the last two have to do with future performance. So whether or not someone's actions will live up to their commitments in the future and whether it will achieve the relevant standards of competence. O'Neill notes that to some degree, we need all three if we are to talk about trustworthiness. So to be trustworthy is to be trustworthy both in word and in deed, both in truth claims and actions. So let's try to take this and let's try to evaluate what's happening today. So let's take the claim, despite the fast pace of vaccine development, there will be no cutting of corners with regard to the safety and efficacy of the vaccine, and let's evaluate the commitments and competency that comes with this. And as we said, trusting truth claims have to see with, well, how well does this claim fit the world? So how well does this fit with some of the things that are happening around vaccines? So I'll start with the US example with Operation Warp Speed. It's the US government's private-public partnership to facilitate the faster development, manufacturing, and distribution of a COVID-19 vaccine. It's immediately important to stress that this is a very unfortunate name. It's not clear how warp speed is supposed to build confidence or reassure the public that despite the fast pace of developments, there's no corners being cut. So that's definitely a problem, but the problems don't actually stop there. We see that executives and board members of major pharmaceutical companies like GSK and Moderna are among those that head OWS, so they get to decide what companies and what groups OWS funding goes to, and they have stake in some of these companies, so that's an issue. And if there are conflicts of interest that come up, they don't have to be disclosed because these members are contractors and not government employees. And there's also problematic incentive structures, because in the way the incentives have been drawn out is that the government will take over a lot of the cost of manufacture even before the trials have been completed. So if there was a hiccup in the trial and the trial has to be stopped, this would be significant loss of investment. And I will come to the AstraZeneca temporary halt in the trial in a bit. So this gives us a sense, at least for me, that there are some problems here, but there's nothing to say there's real reasons to think that OWS will still not carry out their function. So now we have to look at what's happened in the broader public in relation to OWS. So we saw recently that the head of the FDA in the US said that he's prepared to bypass the full federal approval process in order to make a COVID-19 vaccine available as soon as possible. Now that's a problem. And the scientific community has responded significantly by saying this would be catastrophic if it were to be done so. It would be catastrophic with respect to public confidence, both in vaccines and the regulatory mechanisms in place. And this is not just an American problem. So AstraZeneca was the first firm to have a contract with the EU and succeeded in its request to have an exemption from the usual liability clause. And this led to also backlash from EU medical law experts that said that there are some responsibilities that we put on the producer if they have defective products, and you can't escape that. So at this stage, I want to turn to Naomi Schiman's notion of objectivity. And I'm excited to see that she's one of the speakers that will follow later in this day. And she notes that central to what we do when we call an argument, conclusion, or decision objective is to recommend it to others, and importantly, to suggest that they ought to accept it, that they would be doxastically irresponsible to reject it without giving reasons that made similar claims to universal acceptability. And so the question is, let's evaluate our truth claim. The claim that there will be no cutting of corners despite the fast pace of vaccine development. Does that hold to Schiman's criteria? Do people feel compelled to accept a vaccine if it were to present itself? Polling data shows incredibly low confidence. So a Gallup poll in the US in August showed that 1 in 3 Americans would not take the vaccine even if it was FDA approved and available for free. the largest survey of vaccine attitudes in the UK in September showed that a fifth of the participants would not take the vaccine. And we see similar polls in other countries, maybe not similar data, but roughly similar trends. So now at this stage, it's important to clarify that I'm not using Schiemann in a certain way to point to how all objectivity claims respond to some sort of a consensus model and show the contingencies built into that. Because Schiemann's project, as I understand it, is to say, well, the problem is to find ways of convincing the lay public that those scientific institutions are worthy of their trust, or at least they would be if they lived up to their own internally justified norms. And she notes that it's not just a question of image manipulations. It's not just a question of having a better name than Operation Warp Speed. It's not just a problem of not giving a liability exemption, or it's not just a problem of the FDA head making some claims, that it also has to do that the proper way of producing such confidence would be to work to make the institutions in question and generally the broader society in which they exist more genuinely just, more worthy of everyone's trust. So how do we do this? And this brings me to the temporary halt in the AstraZeneca trial. And just to give some details, it was a pretty well-designed trial. And as with all trials that are supposed to show some of the issues that could crop up with vaccines, there were 2 serious incidences because of which the trial was stopped temporarily. And then the trials resumed after independent reviews in many countries except for the US. Now, to some degree, this would be a case then that the regulations are working. Despite the fact that there's a lot of financial incentives at play, the process was halted. But somehow this is not the argument that carried through, that a case for trust was not the case that carried through, because AstraZeneca did not release this information to the public on its own accord. It was leaked. AstraZeneca was known to show one set of concerns to the public and another set of concerns to its shareholders. And this brings us to one possible suggestion of how to build trust, which is following Heidi Graswick, the notion of knowledge sharing. Graswick notes that in various instances of our lives, we do have expectations on institutions or on other persons to share relevant knowledge. So for instance, with the bank, I expect to get information and the correct information about interest rates. And so our social lives are somehow governed by these knowledge sharing norms. And so when an institution withholds significant information from the public because it might be damaging to that institution's own interests, the institution takes on a questionable character. And that's what seems to have happened in the AstraZeneca case. And to continue with Graswick, the issue is that the circulation of knowledge or knowledge sharing is not just an after the fact issue. Just to take the issue of vaccines, vaccines only work if a significant number of us are vaccinated. So it's crucial that this trust is built, otherwise the scientific end itself of gaining immunity will not happen. Now, I want to limit myself from taking a too strong a reading of Graswick, because that would miss her point a little bit by taking a small detour through Onara O'Neill's notion of the openness, the open agenda, which is that there is this idea that openness is supposed to achieve a salutary effect on trustworthiness by ensuring that information is available to the public, including interest groups and campaigning organizations who may then use that information to hold institutions and experts and officials to account. Now, this is a good thing. However, it's not clear if this has actually contributed to a trusting culture or restoring trust in institutions. And this is what O'Neill tries to emphasize, where it's actually been correlated to a decline in public trust, where it creates an environment of suspicion sometimes. And I want to look at a study that might emphasize this in a way that is relevant to what's happening today. So Shreya and colleagues did a study on whether or not providing more information and being more transparent on the HPV vaccine made participants more confident to accepting the vaccine. I'll just give a small overview before looking at the nitty-gritties. So there were three groups. The first group was given standard information, the stuff that you would get in a brochure from the CDC. The second group was given more information, and the information was the VERS database, which I will get to in a bit. The third group was given the most amount of information, and this is not just the VERS database, but also the guidance on how to read these cases and this information. And what was found that group 3 that got the most information was the least willing to vaccinate. What's important here to stress is what is this VERS database? So vaccines, like any pharmaceutical product, is not risk-free. However, there's significant checks in place to make that the risks are extremely rare. So to monitor a vaccine safety, you have passive surveillance programs where people can submit information about adverse side effects. And to encourage reporting, anyone can submit a report, and the system accepts all reports. Because this happens, VERS also comes with a caveat, which is that, and this is a disclaimer on the site, VERS reports cannot alone be used to determine if a vaccine caused or contributed to an adverse effect. The reports may contain information that is incomplete, inaccurate, coincidental, or unverifiable. Most reports are voluntary, which means they're subject to biases because the system accepts all reports and anyone can submit a report. This creates specific limitations on how the data can be used scientifically. Data from VERS reports should always be interpreted with these limitations in mind. And what I want to point to is the VERS data comes with a lot of ambiguities and uncertainties. And I think there's sometimes a false association with the fact that scientific knowledge somehow in every stage of the process is clear and unambiguous. And this is not always the case. And I think this is the same with trial data to some degree, where this is not settled science. This is a place where things have to be worked out. So it's unclear, it's unambiguous. And my hunch is that this may not be the kind of data, if one were to be transparent about, that would necessarily gain trust. Graswick also acknowledges that there should be some limitations to knowledge sharing. She notes that knowledge sharing is never absolute, the expectations, that there's an expectation at best, which is that the scientific community works as a sound filtration system. We can trust science, and legitimately so, to gather that information that would be significant to the public from the whole gamut of the information. While science should function as a filtration system, what's questionable is if the public trusts science to function as this filtration system. So there is this expectation, but there's significant distrust about whether science can fulfill this expectation. And maybe that comes to the fact, as O'Neill says, that it's not clear if top-down approaches will necessarily give the kind of trustworthy compliance that we're looking for. So I'm going to conclude that we need to build trust in vaccination programs and biomedical institutions during the COVID-19 pandemic. And in my view, it should take the form of not dismissing or caricaturing a public mistrust of science, because there's a lot of uncertainty going on and a lot of problematic aspects going on with how science is working with politics and working with corporate interests. And what it should do is, I feel it should take the form where science is better embedded in society. One way of doing this is obviously knowledge sharing, and in principle, I agree that knowledge sharing is crucial for building public trust. Where I am faced with some ambiguity is if this knowledge sharing necessarily implies data from unsettled science as well, that's uncertain and ambiguous. And I want to be clear that there are clear ethical and moral dilemmas in withholding this information. And I think that would be disastrous for building trust. However, in whether the data itself will build trust if we were transparent, that is not clear to me. And that's something maybe that I hope we can discuss in the question and answer. And so science should function as a good filtration system. And maybe the problem during the pandemic is that there's significant distrust on science's ability to do so. That is, science's commitments and competency to do so when it is to some degree being forced to participate in a political scenario and with corporate interests. And so that may be the question, that our critical resources may need to look at how science can function as this filtration system that still tends to function in a top-down manner when there's significant public distrust towards such top-down approaches. Thank you.
Okay.
I hope that was clear. Yeah.
Wait a second. Questions?
There is one from Matt. Matt, please go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Thank you so much. I thought that was really good. There's a lot of interesting stuff here. I particularly like the sympathetic view of vaccine hesitancy. I'm totally on board with this, or at least being a little bit more generous in our interpretation of the motivations for why people may be hesitant, and particularly in the current context. One additional factor here, perhaps, or something that I was wondering whether you knew more about, and you could say more about, was how structural injustice factors may also play a role in the way that some people respond to the possibility of vaccines being untrustworthy. So one thing that came to mind was in the States, the National Medical Association, which is an association of African-American physicians, has recently launched what they call a COVID-19 task force. And one of their stated reasons for creating the task force is to mitigate worries among African Americans that their perspectives and the particular problems that may come up for this demographic are not adequately taken into account in the development of vaccines. Precisely how that might lead to a reasonable skepticism, I'm not entirely sure, but that is at least the stated ambition of the task force. But this is just one example of how if we're going to take this more generous, sympathetic view on hesitancy, that there may be, shall we say, demographic differences in the good reasons people may have to be skeptical. So you didn't say anything about that, so I'm sorry, this is kind of orthogonal, but I'm just curious to see how you would respond to this.
So I would completely agree. I think so with respect to African American communities in the US, it has been a troubled relationship with medical institutions, precisely on the issue of knowledge sharing. So an example that gets thrown around, but legitimately so, is the Tuskegee experiment, where there was significant lapses. There was significant ethical issues that were completely overlooked. There was real damage done to the Black community in some sense. So there's distrust that's built over generations, and especially within marginalized communities, the relationship to medical institutions is not always the most straightforward, and that will obviously present more during a pandemic that has also not affected everyone in the most uniform way. Marginalized communities have been affected much more in terms of how their hospitals have been stacked, what kind of directions they've gotten, also in the way the pandemic has affected them economically and emotionally and in terms of the community. So all of these factors will play into how a vaccine will be perceived, and a policy like the task force is super timely and I think necessary. So we need vaccines to be, we need the process to work the way it should to some degree, and it's not going to do that if we don't take these concerns into account, because vaccines only work if a significant number of people are vaccinated. So yeah, I think that's a broad response, but I would agree with you. I think it should be taken on board.
Great, thank you.
We have Maria also with her hand up.
I think you have already in part responded to the question I had. I have a practical question. So, how do you think we can counteract the what Honora O'Neill calls the Cassandra effect in this particular case? Because we are facing so unknown unknowns as well as known unknowns when it comes to COVID-19.
So I think one of the problems, and I think this is a genuine problem. I think one of the problems is we're dealing with anticipations. We're not dealing with a vaccine that already has a history and then we can try to deal with that. We're dealing with anticipations about a potential vaccine. And anticipations are much harder to deal with, at least phenomenologically speaking, let's say. So it is going to be a genuine issue. I think one of the things that we would have to look at is, to some degree, the messaging around, let's say, timelines, also messaging around how the COVID-19 pandemic is talked about. Because if, at least in my view, if people are feeling left out or feeling overlooked or feeling marginalized by the way the pandemic is playing out, in terms of whether it's the economics that come into play or whether it's the mental health issues that come into play, this will contribute to the Cassandra problem, I believe, in a certain sense. And so I follow Shimon to some degree by saying that the problem doesn't end by just coming up with a good vaccine that has extremely rare side effects, let's say. It has to do with larger socioeconomic issues and how this pandemic is played out, because those necessarily reflect on authorities and public health agencies, which are in some way the providers of this vaccine. So it has to be more broad in the way that we approach this. The solution wouldn't just be giving a vaccine.
Thank you. Yep, I do agree. Thanks.
Teresa, please.
Hello. So I really liked that you talked about Maya Goldberg's work in terms of active publics and how she characterizes how parents come to decision making in terms of whether or not to vaccinate their children. With COVID, you have this additional dimension of not only do you have to think about vaccinating your child potentially, but also yourself. And I wanted to see what your thoughts were on how that complicates skepticism.
Yeah. So the data is very new on this. So there is in data with other vaccines, there's always differences between if someone would ask a question whether they would vaccinate versus whether they would vaccinate their child. And there's always a significant differences that present themselves, because I think parents are in a vulnerable position of being immensely responsible for a child. And this complicates the decision-making process, where even though, let's say, experts say, and legitimately so, say things like that if there are any risks to vaccines, these risks are incredibly rare and not long-term. Let's just say that. But how a parent's risk analysis works would never be limited to the fact that, oh, it's extremely rare, so it's going to be okay for my child. But their tendency would be to say that the fact that there is a risk in the first place means that my child could be that rare instance of risk. So it's a very different risk analysis and a very different way of thinking about it. It's a very personalized way of looking at the issue. That obviously will present in some form or the other. It's not clear when we talk of a vaccine like COVID-19 is also going to be more complicated because, well, to some degree, economies have opened, people are going out there. And the situation with COVID is complicated because the risks have been highly not uniform, because there are some populations that have been highly affected where it's been a threatening disease to some degree. And for some, it's just been something to stay home with. They've not been particularly affected. So sections of the population are relating to COVID-19 in very different ways. So as I talked about the intensity and urgency to vaccinate, this will have effects on that. If sections of the population that are not feeling the life-threatening aspect of COVID it will be hard to see if there will be an intensity and urgency to vaccinate as they do go back to work, as they do start engaging in activities again. So it's going to get complicated, and I think we're going to meet at some point next year, and maybe at that point we'll see a lot more about how this plays out. But at this stage, it's radically unclear. But it's going to be complicated, is I think all I can say from what I know.
I see no further hands up at the moment. Is there anyone who still wants to contribute? Does not seem to be the case.
That's okay, because that means we're right on time to finish for this morning session, which is great. If you have...
Thanks everyone for questions. Sorry.
If there are any further questions, you'll see that you have the chat option where you to individuals specifically if you want to contribute further. If not, we'll see you all at 1600 hours Paris time. Okay then.
Okay, so we will resume at 4 p.m. Paris time. Thank you to everybody for your contributions and your questions, and see you then.
Presentation you're about to see or hear is for the theoretical paper in the making with Christoph Heinz. Our working title, as you can see, is Outsourcing Information Curation, Institutions of Epistemic Vigilance. So below you can see the structure of our presentation. First of all, we give some basic definitions of the concepts that we intend to use. What is epistemic vigilance? What are distributed cognitive systems? What does it mean that human epistemic tasks are being outsourced to institutions and the experts employed by them? And following this introduction, we arrive to our case study, which is a historical case study about the newspaper press. And after highlighting some of the key features that drove the cultural evolution of the newspaper press as a distributed cognitive system, and also highlighting of how this system developed means to signal trustworthiness towards its audiences, I shall conclude our talk by offering a few normative considerations to justify why the institutional perspective is beneficial both for us and for potential policymakers, and also talk about the vulnerabilities of this institutional design. So, the literature of epistemic vigilance speaks of a set of human cognitive capacities that allows us to check for the truth of communicated information by monitoring the source and also the content. And these abilities are theorized as helping to keep human communication advantageous for the audience, who can thus protect themselves from communicated false information. And epistemic vigilance thus can be seen as allowing to benefit from communicated information and at the same time reduce the risks of being misled. Now, what is interesting for us in the making of this paper is that we have observed that there seems to be cultural institutions carrying out similar tasks for large audiences as epistemic vigilance, which has been so far theorized as a psychological capacity, thus for the individual. It seems as if the individual human cognitive functions of epistemic vigilance are being outsourced to these institutions. And therefore, while the functions of epistemic vigilance have been theorized as implemented by the human mind, we propose that functions analogous to epistemic vigilance are carried out by institutions outside of the mind with the help of experts and also artifacts in so-called distributed cognitive systems. And before we advance, a few words about these. So according to the definition that I brought you, a distributed cognitive system is a system that performs cognitive tasks by means of subcomponents, which might be mental or not, and include several individual agents and artifacts. So popular examples include ship navigation, where the different tasks are distributed across the crew, and also epistemic tools like the sextant to define the exact position and direction of the ship. And the example that we have decided to work with is the newspaper press. It is an institution, in our view, that carries out tasks analogous to what the previously mentioned epistemic vigilance is doing for the individual. So, in our understanding, what exactly is the newspaper press doing, and why do we think that one of its functions is epistemic vigilance? So, the experts that are employed by newspaper outlets have been entrusted by the audience with the task of delivering reliable information for them. We understand that this definition is an ideal function of the newspaper press, and here we have identified 4 main tasks implemented by the press to fulfill this function. Well, first it gathers information, ideally by interviewing multiple sources. It verifies the information as well, which is akin to content vigilance or monitoring the content of new information. Artifacts such as open source investigative tools has recently gained more ground in this process. And the experts that are called editors also further curate the information using computer programs. They make sure that the content is without logical and grammatical fallacies and contradictions, and turn the information into a format that is easily understood and processed by wide audiences seeking information. And then finally, they distribute the curated information through publishing. So, as you can see, we identify the function of the newspaper press as turning raw information into reliable news articles, and we observe that the second and the third points, verifying and editing information, are analogous to the functions of psychological epistemic vigilance. And the ideal function of the press that we define, that is to produce reliable beliefs, is analogous to the overall function of epistemic vigilance. So one of the most obvious questions that arrived fairly early on in our characterization is that why should there be institutions of epistemic vigilance if humans themselves possess this cognitive capacity psychologically? To understand what drove the cultural evolution of these institutions, we believe that we first need to understand the differences between the informational environment that epistemic vigilance has evolved to tackle and the environment in which it has to function now and in which we live now. So before the mid-19th century, epistemic vigilance as a set of psychological capacities has been evolving to handle verbal, face-to-face communication that mainly took place between people who knew each other and knew about each other's reputation as reliable communicators as well, for the most part. Such was our information environment. Obviously, newspapers did exist before this period, even from the 17th century, but were limited by technological, political, and also cognitive constraints. Decrypting non-direct communication, such as written texts, were restricted mostly to upper classes. And even if some other parts of the population knew how to write, information was very expensive due to taxation. It was seen unreliable since there was no ground reporting, nor was there any options to notify outlets about news in a quick fashion. Because of political reasons, they were partisan, absolutistic control over the press, and also limited in copies because of the man-powered printing and distribution that they were using. So the contemporary information environment, which is really post-19th century information environment in this sense, most of the aforementioned limitations were surpassed in the West. Taxation was abolished, mass literacy has been introduced, and technological advances such as the steam-powered rotary printing machine and the telegraph allowed newspapers to finally become newspapers themselves. And it is important, and this is probably our main point here, that our informational environment has changed in a very, very quick fashion, in a matter of a few decades. And as a matter of fact, what we see is a disruption in this information environment by new sources and transmitters of information appeared in growing numbers. The numbers of outlets also spiked in this period, and the content of available information grew richer. The novel information arrived through long and intertwined threads of testimonies with dozens of agents included behind one article, and the information was communicated in an impersonal, one-directional written format that is a different modality. So a further problem that the new actors very often could not be held accountable for the misdirecting or biased information they provided. And in the new, richer, more turbulent environment posed a new challenge for populations trying to orient themselves in the world. Really, the question was whom to listen to, whom to trust in this cacophony of the long 19th century. So we're planning to characterize a little bit of the evolution of newspapers. More closely, we're focusing on the question of how reliability and trustworthiness and signaling trustworthiness contributed to the cultural success of the newspaper press, thus making it one of its function. So some parts of the press slowly realized by the end of the 19th century that there actually was a huge demand for reliable information in this environment, and took on the job of reliable information curation as a business model and began signaling their reliability towards audiences. For the most part, newspapers were not seen as particularly reliable before this. Since the 17th century, they were vehicles of propaganda, available only for a limited readership, with limited number of topics that were allowed to be printed. To give a popular example, most newspapers before the 19th century were not allowed to report on domestic issues, only foreign happenings. And this limitation on the content obviously kept the interest in these papers quite low. So with the political and technological changes of the 19th century, newspapers first transformed into sources of entertainment. With circulation growing, publishers were interested in having an immediate return on investment each day. They did not aim to create loyal readership, but wanted to sell their newspapers in a so-called cash and carry format. And the first newspapers of this kind appeared in 1833 after copying the business model of then gossip newspaper owner Benjamin Day. And a common feature of the papers was the excessive amount of advertisements and pictures, just like we see it in the case of some of the digital outlets of today as well. So cash and carry became the main model of newspaper distribution, and it basically meant that the issues were sold on street corners where different other penny newspapers had to compete against each other. And the more outrageous or fantastic a headline happened to be, the better. And because of this, the so-called yellow newspapers of the mid-19th century were notoriously unreliable. This is the era of the Great Moon Hoax and other famous historical pieces of disinformation. This is one of my favorite examples. According to diarist and lawyer George Templeton Strong, people were hesitant to believe newspapers regarding that the Civil War just broke out in the US. And apparently many of them thought that the newsboys in the streets just wanted to sell their evening copies. So what's important maybe for this audience is that this unreliable content correlated with a rather unpleasant view on the journalists, the experts themselves, who they were not really experts per se, nor had the social status that was usually associated with expertise. Journalism as a profession was seen as something that anyone could do. So this loud, entertaining, and quite unreliable cash and carry remained the main business model until 1896, when the New York Times owner Adolph Ochs came up with a new way of selling papers in the market. This was known as the subscription model. You may have heard of it many times in recent debates about journalism as well. So in exchange of monthly and weekly subscriptions, the New York Times promised to deliver non-partisan, reliable and objective news to its reader base for a cheap price that also matched the yellow papers. And Ox actually quadrupled his sales in the first half a year, which clearly shows the huge demand for reliable information in this environment. And also other newspapers quickly began to copy the new business model with success. And I will talk a little bit more about the epistemic benefits of this subscription model that can be understood as a long-term economic relationship between the readers and the outlet. And in the picture, you can see a bust of Ox himself with his famous quote, without fear or favor, reporting without fear or favor. And the quote was taken from his influential article titled Business Announcement that notified readers about this new model adopted by his newspaper. So his view revolved around two interrelated concepts, factuality and impartiality. Since they were reliant on the subscriptions of their readers, they could remain impartial, and this was basically the entry point to factuality. Without impartiality, there is no factuality. His subscription model also allowed newspapers to build a reputation for themselves as reliable communicators, and subscribers had finally means to give feedbacks in readers' letters. The relationship between readers and particular outlets had become a repeated interaction spanning over months or years in some occasions, and outlets were now motivated to read and answer these letters as well. Also, not to mention that a new way to punish the news outlet, the deliverer of communicated information, became possible. Whenever it failed to deliver reliable information, then the audiences simply terminated their subscription. And some newspapers, because of their good track record, just like New York Times, because of their good track record of being reliable communicators, earned a status that is akin to celebrated brands, just like Ford automobiles, or to give another contemporary example, Tiffany's jewelry. And so in order to live up to the promises of factuality and impartiality, outlets needed to ensure that their experts were competent and benevolent, and there needed means to gather and keep reliable information as well. They needed means to keep the output content reliable. And after this mechanism was at place, outlets also had to signal their reliability to audiences, their trustworthiness essentially. And the question is, what epistemic practices did these outlets deploy in order to keep the information reliable? So each of the big brands developed a written set of editorial practices and ethical rules that were turned into quite big books. They were printed, and journalists were mandated to have one in their offices and use these whenever in doubt. And also in the meanwhile, newspapers for the first time began publicly disclosing their mistakes. So the rules of reporting were established, such as using multiple sources to verify a story, also providing pictures if possible. That was also seen as some kind of a commitment towards factuality. And it became essential that reporters leave the newsroom and make direct contact with witnesses or witness events themselves, then send raw news back to the newsrooms via telegram. The particular grammatic structure of telegrams later affected the very information curating format in which the readers received the information as well. So reporting and editing properly turned into a professional activity. The demand for factual and impartial information curating required a new breed of experts. Schools were founded to teach students about how to gather, verify, and also curate information in various ways. And just a few years after Ox's subscription model, the University of Missouri opened the first school of journalism that gave out letters of expertise, degrees if you wish, in 1908. Now that the experts employed by newspapers had to be professional enough so they could keep the transmission chains robust enough to deliver reliable information. But as the competence of the reporters were taken care of through professional education, news outlets had to make sure that the people working for them were also benevolent enough to transmit information without distorting it. In the literature of epistemic vigilance, we also use the two dimensions of competence and benevolence to characterize a source. As a matter of fact, Reuters was the first that prohibited reporters to be members of a political party, and also the newsrooms and the organs of fiscal policy slowly became separated. It went to such extremes that at some news outlets, reporters and managers were not even allowed to use the same elevator. So these editorial and newsroom guidelines were often also made public, and are still, some of them are still public till this day. Transparency about rules, transparency about the sources used, and transparency regarding the identity of the journalists were important as they signaled trustworthiness and accountability, and these newspapers were seen as committed to tell facts. From a cognitive perspective, this whole process could be interpreted as groups of the population outsourcing their epistemic vigilance to functional systems, signaling reliability, and these functional systems slowly developing practices that contributes to their own maintenance as well. On a more cognitive basis, in our paper we plan to argue that parts of the newspaper press, the reliable press, have evolved in a fashion that allows the audiences to utilize their epistemic vigilance in a so-called optimal fashion. In our current information environment, which is really rich, it is indeed more optimal for humans to work with their source vigilance for the most part. Thus, they would have an epistemic tendency to try to find reliable sources. These are the brands of news outlets that we have talked about that they can trust. So this strategy would spare them the laborious and often quite impossible work of fact-checking and curating every single piece of information that comes in their way. Searching for sources, opinion leaders, and in some cases epistemic authorities is then not the hallmark of inherent gullibility, as some of the leading social psychological opinion states, by the way, but an optimal strategy of information foraging in an environment that is known to boast huge amounts of communicative content. We could also approach this from another angle that is maybe better for some mathematical modeling. So individuals are searching for ways to filter and be inattentive towards unreliable and irrelevant information in an environment that bombards them with new content every minute because of their limited attention. And the presence of known to be reliable sources allows for rational inattention in our super rich informational environment. It also seems evident for us that if audiences have a tendency to find reliable sources in a very rich information environment, then they would be sensitive towards, of course, the reputation labels of these sources. And in the market where news outlets exist, these reputational labels count as scarce resources. No society needs 200 reputable news outlets, just like no society needs 200 different luxury car brands. There's an optimum number of labors for readers to divide their attention and resources in any given space. And this also entails some of the strategy that we could see in contemporary news writing, that novel communicators and novel sources entering the market utilize a strategy of trying to destroy each other's reputation labels using accusations of partisanship or accusations of distorted reporting or conflicts of interest in financing. We're arriving to our final slides here. And so while the institutional design is beneficial and optimal for some of the points that we have mentioned before, it is not perfect and it can be gamed. And we have reasons to think that the very arms race that shaped the evolution of epistemic vigilance, which shaped the institutions of epistemic vigilance themselves as well, as audiences faced deceivers and manipulators in the evolutionary past, and that drove the evolution of psychological epistemic vigilance. Institutions of epistemic vigilance are also being challenged by potential disinformers as well, and them trying to exploit weaknesses. So the question is, how are institutions vulnerable to these intentions? First of all, they operate with long and intertwined threads of testimonies that may be gained through due to technological advances. Sources and digital communiques can be and are made out of simply thin air. Just think about astroturfing. The look of reliable news outlets can be copied in an instant, and we are not too far away from the point when digital evidence can be faked easily by anyone. Just think of deep fakes. Not to mention that there is virtually no cost of distributing information at population scale. So what we see is happening is that the strategies and the cues and these historical indicators of trustworthiness that audiences have used to orient themselves and to decide which source to trust have become unreliable. They were somewhat adaptive once, but now those indicators can be faked. And I don't really have too much time to dive into this, but our last slide is about some normative considerations. So as I've said before, we picked some sort of an ideal theory of what the media should be doing for the people. And this argument we see allows for an argument of a new social contract between the media and the people as well. And we try to arrive to better policy recommendations. Instead of upgrading humans, we would opt for techniques and strategies to upgrade institutions. And I think I'm just in time, so that would conclude my talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Akos. So we can open the discussion now. Questions from the other panelists, from the...
Maria, you still have your hand up, or you want to ask a question now?
Sorry.
Maria?
Sorry, no, I didn't mean to have my hand up.
Yeah, okay. Anyone else? Ben Almasi, please.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much for this presentation. I'm really also looking forward to see how it develops. Just a comment or suggestion. Have you all thought about the concept of interactional expertise developed by people like Harry Collins and Catherine Plaisance? It might be a good way of thinking about the kind of expertise that journalists develop, especially during the time period that you're talking about.
Yeah. That's definitely good. Yeah, thank you very much. There are actually, as far as I know, there are no studies regarding how this ability of epistemic vigilance may be educated or developed through education, or that maybe journalists or even scientists have a little bit more developed epistemic vigilance. But yeah, that is a good point. Thank you.
Someone else wants to comment or has a question? Mauricio, please.
If nobody else, then I'll ask the question. No, it was a very interesting. This very interesting talk. I liked when you wrote that without impartiality there can be no factuality, and you're saying that it is the subscriber's model that starts to bring a little bit more factuality into how the news are communicated in newspapers. And I wonder if you think that that changed with time. You referred that there is a proliferation of news sources that now compete against each other. And I wonder if that kind of changes the dynamics of things, because if there are more news sources, and presumably it is possible that the population that they target, the subscribers that they target, become more and more homogeneous. So more news sources, they divide their target audiences a little bit better. So nowadays, one of the criticisms that the different news sources, they target their subscribers' expectations and biases. And maybe nowadays, because of this proliferation of news sources, actually the subscriber model can, because of the targeting specific subscribers from more homogeneous groups, introduce biases that were not there in the beginning when the subscribers model emerged. Do you think this is possible? Do you think it's impossible?
I would revert to kind of a somewhat of a classical understanding regarding this. So people fundamentally seek out sources that they tend to agree with, that delivers them content that fits their priors. I don't think that has changed now too much. Only that because of, for example, profiling and other methods, we're able to deliver information that fits these priors better. But if you have some other sources that maybe claim otherwise, I've also heard some. There is right now in Hungary as well a huge debate about whether this impartiality and factuality is even with a subscription model, can it be done or not? But yeah, I would revert to this classical understanding that people do seek out these sources themselves, as they always did.
So, for example, do you think that, I'm not saying that one should do that or could do that, but if there were less news sources at the moment, do you think this could lead to more impartial information? Is the number of news sources a problem?
That's an interesting question. I will have to think about this, I guess, because I haven't really formulated this this question this way. One traditional understanding is that it's not about the amount of sources, it's this requirement that you have 0 to 24 news reporting around the clock. So it's more like the amount of content that is really required from the audiences, from the part of the audiences. This is a requirement towards the sources, that they bombard them with content as well, and they always deliver something that is new, something that is scandalous, and that damages the quality of the information available for them. I haven't really seen any argument that would claim that the number of sources would be problematic, but maybe. Yeah, I see how that would fit in my framework as well, in our framework.
Yeah, thanks for the talk.
Thank you very much for the questions.
We have Naomi. Was that a hand or? No, it doesn't seem like. Teresa, please go ahead.
Hi there. Thank you for this talk. I thought it was a really interesting historical look at information and misinformation. And I thought it was really powerful what you said about the more fantastic and outrageous, the more successful a news source historically, which seems still to be the case today. And so I was wondering if we sort of translate this issue into contemporary context when we look at things like social media, where you have these outlandish stories that generate a lot of controversy and debate, are the ones that tend to be picked up, as polarizing as they may be, how, if a subscription model worked back then, could maybe work now, especially given the fact that content is so tailored to individuals that in some ways it deters them from maybe being more vigilant about the source itself?
Can you repeat or maybe reformulate the questions? I'm not sure if I understand what you mean.
That's okay. I'm working through it just as you are. So it was really just looking at this idea of extravagant news being what catches people's attention, right? And that seemed to be true historically and in contemporary times, except now with social media, that content is tailored to individuals, making it extra attractive. And what's more, because of that tailoring, it seems as though publics are less willing to, I don't know,
how the subscription model
about the source.
How the subscription model fits into this one, or how it could counter this tendency you asked.
Yeah, if that's possible.
I think when people pay for a source, they have slightly different expectations when they receive information for free, and they also it doesn't necessarily. So people are entertained by these news pieces, but it does not necessarily mean that they believe it either. So I think it's a very different relationship that you have with your source when you actually pay for that information.
Okay, that seems.
That would be my hypothesis.
And if I can follow up, not everyone is necessarily able to pay for reputable information and have access to that information in the same way. Do you have any suggestions about how we might address that?
Well, one maybe that can be tied to this question. Have you ever heard about public service algorithms?
No, personally, I don't know about that. Please tell me more.
So the usual understanding of how algorithms work on social media is that they're going to measure your preferences and then give you content that fits this preference. And BBC recently has started to work on an algorithm that measures your preference and gives you quality content that does not necessarily fit this preference. So the aim of the algorithm is maybe to surprise you. So if we could be able to, I don't know, make somehow social media platforms to utilize some of these or pressurize them to use some of these public service algorithms, that could mediate some of the problems that we have. So BBC tested this on their SoundCloud or SoundStream. I don't exactly know how it's called. And the first tests were not really good. Some people couldn't really find what they were looking for when they were searching for content, or what content found them. So it seems that we need to do some experimenting and to see how it could work. So that would be one fringe little movement in journalism that could be interesting in this regard that I can think of.
That's really interesting. Thank you for that example.
Thank you. Ben, you have your hand up. Is that still valid?
No, sorry, that was from previously. Apologies.
Okay. Anyone else wants to say something, comment, ask questions? Otherwise, we can probably just go ahead. Gloria, what do you think?
Yes, I think it's almost time. We are 2 minutes in advance, but we can switch to Naomi Sheman's presentation on social justice commitments as a measure of trustworthiness. Thank you, Naomi.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. I just make you the presenter so that you can share your document.
Thank you.
You should be able to do so now.
I think I have done so. Have I?
Maybe you can maximize it on your screen so that we have a full view of it.
I thought I had done that. I can't
just maximize your Word window. On the left top corner, one of the three buttons.
Yes, I know. It's.
Or just leave it like that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's better.
All right. Okay, this has been a very, very interesting set of discussions, and I really enjoyed Akos and Christoph's presentation, but I'm going to be referring back specifically to Christina's, which is much more closely related to what I've been thinking about. And it's a non-coincidental connection. The University of Minnesota is in the background here. Christina and I were both there, and at a time, for a time, Helen Longino was there, and also Heidi Braswick. And so there's a definite sort of Minnesota frame to a lot of this discussion. So I want to start out first with a bit of what I take to be the background to a lot of these discussions, and in particular, the what I think of as the politics of epistemology. This is building on a lot of work in feminist epistemology and philosophy of science, including my own and my own work on objectivity as trustworthiness. But historically, I think we have to be thinking in terms of epistemic dependency. That is the fact that the vast majority of what we take ourselves to know, of what we have reason to form beliefs about, we are not in a position to directly learn about or verify ourselves. We're dependent on others. This is obvious and has come up in a lot of the discussions, including, of course, the last session. But what I've been particularly interested in is what I think of as I call the Euro-modern solution, going back to roughly 17th, 16th, 17th century, with the rise of modern science, for example. The Euro-modern solution to epistemic dependency was an appeal to generic rationality. And that was very much connected to and sort of, in a sense, grounded on liberal individualist politics. That is, the empowering, the political, the economic, the social, the cultural, but also importantly, the epistemic empowerment of individuals rested on the idea that those individuals, that is, those who were in a position to be taken seriously, those who counted, those who were enfranchised in various ways, were essentially generic and interchangeable with each other. So either you didn't count for reasons of gender, race, class, sexuality, body, mind, ability, and so on and so on. You didn't count at all, or you were essentially interchangeable with those who did count. And notoriously, especially starting, middle of the 20th century, it's been obvious that there are stresses, strains, and failures to this liberal politics, and also, very importantly, resistances to it. So thinking of post-colonial, anti-colonial nationalisms, queer liberation, certain strains of feminism, various parts of anti-racist politics around Black power and so on, lots and lots and lots of different sites that take differences and questions of power and privilege seriously, that move away from the liberal struggle to be included as essentially the same as the bourgeois, Christian, heterosexual, property-owning, cisgendered European man. So liberal politics have consisted in more and more people claiming to be essentially not importantly different from that guy. And instead, we've seen the rise of politics, and along with that, epistemologies that take differences seriously and take them seriously as epistemic and political resources, not just as problems. So the question of how do we develop politics, and along with that, what are the connections? What's the politics of epistemology that take differences seriously? So that's the background that I bring to this work. So I want to look at expertise as institutionalized, and I can be very brief here because this is ground that certainly Christina covered and that I gather other talks in this conference have covered and that probably everybody participating is familiar with. That is that expertise is institutionalized. Those institutions are opaque. There are a whole lot of processes from how people are taught and trained and credentialed to things like peer review, to policies that are designed to ensure the trustworthiness of research and knowledge creation inside these institutions, notably, certainly what I've had most experience with, research universities, but other institutions that are sites of authorized expertise. There are a whole lot of policies and procedures that are meant to ensure trustworthiness. They're located inside these quite opaque institutions, and those practices are invisible and inaccessible to outsiders. Those institutions, however, though they're opaque, they're hardly invisible, and they play important roles, problematic roles, in maintaining structural injustices and enacting and underwriting marginalization and subordination. It was very clear to me, I spent most of my career at the University of Minnesota, that those of us who were inside it were very familiar with the policies and procedures like peer review, blah, blah, credentialing, training graduate students, hiring, tenuring, and so on. We're very familiar with all of that. We tended to be totally unfamiliar with those aspects of the institution that were most visible to outsiders. We didn't know much about the history. We didn't know about the involvement of the institution in, stealing land from the indigenous people, in developing ways of doing of eugenics and even phrenology in order to disenfranchise Native people. We didn't know about the relationships to surrounding communities, including communities of color and so on. So the things that make those institutions visible to outsiders and often rationally untrusted by those outsiders tend to be invisible to, or at least those of us inside tend to be inattentive to those. And so the questions about the rationality of public mistrust. And so the first reason for the rationality of public mistrust is, again, what's been gone over quite extensively, the entanglement of facts with values and issues of epistemic situatedness, that it is irrational to trust those who are complicit in one's subordination. And it's also irrational to trust claims that come from settings characterized by elitist arrogance and exclusionary climates, that is, climates of sexism, racism, xenophobia, ableism, homophobia, and so on. So it has always seemed to me that as important as it is to look at reasons why we have, massive campaigns of disinformation around, for example, climate change, and also problems of scientific illiteracy. So there's all of this stuff about how lamentable it is that the public doesn't trust us. But as somebody inside of a research university, it has always seemed to me that our first responsibility is to make it the case that if and insofar as people do trust us, are they acting rationally? And it seems to me that too often the answer to that is no, that it would not be rational for people to trust us. And that's on us, that's our responsibility. And it's a responsibility that I think we have not done a very good job. We, that is, those of us who have been securely located within these institutions like research universities, I don't think we have done a very good job of meeting that bar of trustworthiness. But there's what I'd like to emphasize is something that has less often been a part of these discussions, and that is the epistemic role of non-experts. That is, insofar as people talk about the trustworthiness of experts to each other is seen as epistemically important. That is, that experts rely on what other experts have done, building research on other research, and so on and on. So it's taken for granted that there's an epistemic dimension to the trust and trustworthiness as those exist among within community of experts or between different expert communities. But what's generally taken to be the case is that the extent to the trustworthiness of experts to non-experts is typically seen as extrinsic to the science itself. That is, it can be instrumentally important because it can, for example, affect funding. That is, if the expert research is reliant on public funding, the public don't trust the experts, they might not be forthcoming with the funding. So there's that instrumental reason. And there's also the reason of we want our work to be taken seriously. We want it to be believed. We want it to be trusted. And we want people to take it up and to rely on it. But it's not intrinsic to the science itself. And I think that is a deep and serious mistake. And I think of that in terms of what I think of as aboutness. That is, what is it that scientific and other research is about? And the way of thinking about this is that the specific objects of the scientific study are, in most cases, certainly paradigmatically abstracted. And the abstraction can be conceptual or material or both. That is, material abstraction, paradigm example I always have in mind is people see that a certain plant is being used for healing purposes somewhere, and so they snip off a piece of it and they bring it back to the laboratory and they do what's called isolate the active ingredient. And that idea of abstracting it from the rest of the plant, the ecosystem, the rituals, the practices, the history, the relationships among the people, and so on, is how the scientific study is done. So the object of study is the isolated active ingredient. There's also conceptual abstraction that goes on when people say we want to bracket what are called the confounding variables, an excellent name for a rock band, by the way, that the idea that we want to abstract and look at what we take to be the important issues and then control for. So abstract from, control for the confounding variables. So those practices of abstraction are at the heart of how objects of knowledge for the experts become constructed, and that involves conceptual and material labor. But the knowledge that's produced is meant to be knowledge about the actual world and often meant to be applicable and practically useful in the actual world. And what happens is the subjects and objects of knowledge through these processes of abstraction encounter each other stereotypically, paradigmatically in the laboratory, in abstraction from their embedding in the world. And those contexts, the laboratory context, again, paradigmatically, taken to rest on the essence of each. That is, the essence of the knower is generic rationality as embodied by or disembodied by the disinterested scientist, and mereological composition on the part of the object of knowledge, the periodic table being the best and wildly successful example of that, but also what I was referring to as the isolation of the active ingredient. And That is very, very deeply embedded in the political epistemology of Euromodern liberalism. That is, that objects are what they are because of their inner essences, and knowers are what they are because of their inner essences. And so you have this staged encounter between the abstracted subject and the abstracted object of knowledge, each of them playing the role designed for them by a very, very particular, deeply political arrangement and understanding of what persons and things are. Now, I want to take it as a working hypothesis that it takes as much conceptual and material labor to reintegrate the abstracted object of knowledge into what's called the wild as it took to abstract from it. In other words, that if we're supposed to be coming up with knowledge that's going to be about the actual world, there's the reverse of the abstraction that needs to be done in order to reinsert this object. This is related to what's called the translational work, but often that within universities and biomedical research in particular is called from bench to market. But I want to think from bench to world. That is when we want to, be saying something about the world as we encounter it. What I want to suggest that it takes as much labor, material and conceptual labor, to bring things back to the world as it took to abstract them from it. And the question is, who can do this work? The abstracted discipline scientist is trained precisely not to do this work, is trained at de-skilling him, typically, but him or herself, to be detached from, to take their expertise to rest on their disengagement from or disengagement with the world that we're talking about here. So this is not a task that properly can be fulfilled by the experts themselves. Rather, it requires the conceptual and material labor of those whose lives and knowledge are enmeshed with the objects in the wild. And I have in mind here, most obviously, plants, climates, ecosystems, bodies, diseases, food, and so on, with biomedical science, agricultural science, climate science, and so on. But it's equally true of things like works of art, of history, of communities, of economies, governments, and so on. That is that just as the non-experts are dependent on the experts are dependent on the non-authorized non-experts whose lives and knowledge are enmeshed with the objects in the wild, and to have the skills and the knowledge needed in order to do this integration. And what that requires is mutually respectful engagement between experts and a diverse range of others, in particular with others who are taken least seriously by experts and who have the least reason to trust them. And we see here real problems that, for example, fields of sustainable development, which is often unsustainable precisely because if thinking about the Green Revolution and agriculture, agricultural methods and products are developed with studied inattention to the knowledge of the people who know about the climate, the water table, the market practices, the hybridization of the plants that they've been living with, and so on and on. And the thinking about problems of climate change, again, we're not learning from people who have been involved in these things. I mean, thinking about sort of forests and so on, and thinking about the indigenous people and the practices and so on. This was very, very clear to me when the University of Minnesota, in thinking about the relationships between, in particular, agricultural scientists and the indigenous, mostly the Ojibwe and Anishinaabe people that I was most involved in learning from. The failure of respectful engagement means that we have failures of the bringing of expert knowledge into the world. And so what I want to conclude by suggesting is that just as the epistemology of Euromodernity rested on liberal conceptions of persons and on liberal individualist politics, in other words, there's a politics of objectivity. It claims to be apolitical, disinterested, but that's in fact because, as a number of people have pointed out, modern privilege rests on its claim to being generic, on its claim to non-difference. And so what we're seeing are perspectives of constructed forms of privilege as generic that get to form what counts as objective. And so what's needed for 21st century epistemology is a different political grounding and a concrete and visible, in terms that came up in the Q&A after Christina's talk, expensive, not cheap. That is not virtue signaling, but genuine, concrete, committed, explicitly political commitment, not just to social responsibility, but to social justice on the part of institutions housing expertise. It's important to have individual commitments, but what's most important is institutional commitments in order to make trust in experts rational and in order to enable expertise more likely to track the truth. So this isn't a question of I'm going to trust those whose values accord with me, but it's rational to trust those whose values and demonstrated commitments align with social justice, where that means the taking seriously of the claims, the experiences, the perspectives of those who have been marginalized and subordinated. So if this means that such institutions are likely to forfeit the trust of those who resist that politics, who are in favor of maintaining things like white supremacy, neoliberalism, capitalism, and so on, you might lose their trust, but that loss is not a loss to rationality. It's not a loss to truth. People who withdraw their trust on those grounds are acting, I think, wrongly, because the politics of inclusiveness, of social justice, are the politics that are called for, legitimately, rationally called for at this point in history. And those are the politics, just as the politics of bourgeois liberal individualism shaped the epistemology of modern science that even those of us who are not scientists have inherited. That politics shaped that conception. A politics of social justice needs to shape a conception of objectivity as trustworthiness that makes sense and fits with the world that we're living in today. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Naomi. So we can open the last discussion. And we have some few minutes more than for the other discussions. We have 18 minutes to go. So if someone wants to go back to the previous papers also, it will be a possibility in the end of the discussion. We will have some minutes to.
We have Ben Almasi.
Hi,
yes.
Ben.
Hey, Naomi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great. Thank you so much. I'm really kind of energized by what you're calling your working hypothesis. I think it can take us in a lot of really great directions. And I was just wondering, do you think that we should say that the people who have knowledge and ability and experience with bringing this extracted knowledge back into engagement with the world, should we say that those people have expertise? It's just not a socially mainstream recognized expertise, or is it actually kind of like a mistake to try to like to try to reclaim their knowledge as a kind of expertise?
That's an interesting question, and it's related to sort of work in philosophy of language. That is, how are we going to define what expertise is? And I go along with work of Sally Haslinger and others in terms of thinking of ameliorative approaches to that. That is, that we want to define our terms in ways that are going to enable them to do the work that we want them to do. I'm also a Wittgensteinian, so I don't believe in necessary and sufficient conditions or clear definitions. I think that the words mean, roughly speaking, what it is that we use them to mean. And so that said, I'm not sure how I would answer the question, and I would probably want to look at it in more specific contexts. That is, sometimes I think it might make sense to hold on to the notion of expert as institutionalized and authorized in particular settings, so that we can then focus on that is on the social construction of authorized, institutionalized expertise, and think about how that might be done differently. So, for example, the experts now tend to be overwhelmingly drawn from groups that are socially, culturally, politically, economically privileged, and we should be working to change that. So we should be working, as a lot of people have argued, at diversifying who the experts are, who the authorized, credentialed experts are. And that's an important thing to do, and holding on to that narrow notion of expertise in order to engage in that process. And I agree very much with Christina that it's not just a question of demographics, but it's a question of how people who come into those contexts get to bring with them their perspectives and their experiences and those of their grandmothers and their neighbors and so on. And that then argues for, well, aren't those people experts as well? Shouldn't we think of expertise as having some deep and to some extent systematic and structured ways of understanding and having knowledge about the world, and break down this idea that the experts are just those who are authorized and credentialed within institutions? And so I think those are the sorts of questions we need to be thinking about. That is, in very particular settings and conversations, what is the notion of expertise doing? And will it do what we need it to do if we broaden it to include people who are not institutionally authorized and credentialed? Or do we need it to focus on precisely the practices of authorization, credentialing, and so on? Does that at least...
That's great. Thank you so much. Absolutely.
So I'm not sure if Gloria was first or Mauricio, so maybe Gloria, you want to go first?
And I would like to ask you more about these procedures, possible procedures of authorization and inclusions of other kind of expertise into the expert community. I mean, how would you imagine that that could work? I mean, how this diverse dimension of expertise coming from other groups and could be integrated in the flow of science as we know it today? What kind of structural transformation would you see as necessary?
Well, enormous and very, very widespread. I mean, we can start by learning from people who engage in action research. There's a what's the term I'm looking for? Participatory action research, PAR sometimes, or I'm having brain freeze at the moment. But this is mostly within the social sciences, where people engage in research collaboratively between the institutionalized, authorized, credentialed researchers and different communities. I mean, I've learned a lot from people who've been doing this kind of research, and it involves it rests on relationships. People have to get to know people and have to learn how to communicate. And it's very, very site specific. It takes time. There are all kinds of institutional structures that make it very difficult to do this, to take the time to develop these relationships. So one of the things that's important is for institutions to develop structures that can house these, so that that each research group or individual doesn't have to start from the ground. Or typically people don't start from the ground in building trust. They start from way below the ground. The ground assumes a kind of neutrality, but in fact it's below the ground, because typically there are generations of accumulated mistrust that need to be worked against. But there are lots and lots of examples in lots of fields, within agricultural work, within health sciences, within the social sciences, and so on, of people developing the relationships that enable them to work together and to communicate. So a project that I was involved in at the University of Minnesota was called Nibi Menomin Bridging Worldviews. Nibi is the Ojibwe word for water. Menomin is wild rice, which is a sacred grain, and long, long stories of histories of mistrust. But the idea was there are things that we can do together if we can figure out how to get to know each other and to work together. And so part of it, I mean, a big piece of this is what I call combating the global excellence pandemic. Feels creepy to talk about this. We're in the middle of an actual pandemic. I've been using this term for years and years and years. The idea that knowledge, that people are responsible to their disciplinary community, which is all over the world, and tend to know little about and not feel much connection to the particular institution where they are. And I think universities have to just get out of this game of rankings, which is pernicious and horrible, and to start paying attention to being this university or this other sort of thing in this place with these dependencies, connections, responsibilities toward these communities. And it's that kind of attentiveness to place, including attentiveness to places that may be on the other side of the world, but with which one has ongoing relationships. And so it's moving away from the abstraction, including a kind of disciplinary abstraction, abstracting myself from where I am and who I'm connected with, to these abstracted connections with my discipline in the World Wide Web or wherever. So those are some of the things that I think are required, and it's deep and fundamental institutional transformation.
Thanks very much.
Now I see Mauricio.
Sorry. Thanks. Thank you for the talk. I would like to maybe propose a definition of expert that you can comment on.
Okay.
I mean, I would define expert as someone that proposes a model that predicts the environment adequately and allows the successful manipulation of that environment. And for instance, you talked about the periodic table. And the periodic table is a quite successful model in that sense, because it allows us to predict the environment and to successfully manipulate the environment. And chemistry has been a discipline that improved the lives of many people. So I wonder how you would square this idea of prediction and manipulation with this criteria of commitments to social justice that brings us closer to the truth. I guess I would agree with that, but only if the proposed models following those commitments lead to clear criteria of falsification and allows us to make clear predictions. Otherwise, we would end up with a body of knowledge that does not allow us to predict and manipulate the environment. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that, like you, I don't believe in objectivity, because all models are wrong, but some of them are useful. And what brings us closer to the truth is precisely the ability to predict and successfully manipulate the environment. Would you agree with that?
Probably not as in the very general across the board way in which I think you're intending it. I think there are many contexts in which that is important, but I'm very reluctant to generalize, not just generalize that, but generalize, anything in this ballpark, because I'm much more concerned with what's going on in particular contexts. And I think prediction and manipulation are extremely important, and using models that are able to do that and that end up being falsifiable and so on is a very, very powerful tool. But I think, for example, developing the skills, the ways of thinking that enable one to be responsive to what cannot be predicted, to deal in situations of deep and intractable uncertainty, is also very important. So I'm a little bit concerned with the fit, or what seems to me to be the fit, between the way you're thinking about models and prediction and manipulation with a kind of abstraction. I'm afraid that sort of fits with models which typically do involve abstraction, which is not a bad thing. I'm not saying we shouldn't do that, but there are also important ways of knowing that move against that, and that are, I think, necessary when dealing with what's called wicked complexity and intractable uncertainty.
Can you give me an example of what you're describing?
Climate is, I think, an important example. And I think...
Sorry, you mean the climate science?
Yeah, well, and the climate crisis. That is
So you mean that? So I think that it's not essential that the models for climate science have precise this prediction and manipulation and falsification properties.
I'm not denying that there's a place for that is one important thing that we need in a general diverse toolbox of ways of knowing about things. I'm just saying I don't think it's the only one.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so we have Tarun Katumana, please.
Thank you for your talk. Mine's more of a clarificatory question. So you spoke about the difference between perspectives of those inside institutions and those outside institutions. So one part of my question is that the difference between this perspective, is it inherently constitutive such that all we can do is to acknowledge them, or is there a way to, let's say, limit or lessen the gap between this perspective? The reason I ask that, and this is my second question, is because on the one hand, you see problems with having this difference between insiders and outsiders. On the other hand, you see certain values. So those insiders or experts get abstract. You said that that has its place, and those outsiders, those non-experts, have the way of taking these things back to the world in a certain sense. So there seems to be some value there as well in this difference. Yeah, I hope my question was clear to some degree. Yeah.
I think so. I'll answer it as I understand it, and you can let me know if I don't get it right. I have, as I have about many things, a both and or an ambivalence about this. That is, on one hand, I think that it's enormously important for institutions, and thinking, here, research universities in particular, of engaging in serious practices of inclusiveness. So that, very, very basic things of, who gets to be an insider, and breaking down that and finding ways of both seeking out and admitting and credentialing people. So the demographic, and also, as Christina pointed out, not just people who happen to be demographically different, but people who bring different experiences and perspectives to bear. And that's enormously important. And we see it happening with particularly the development of particular programs, gender studies, ethnic studies, disability studies, and so on within universities, but also diversity and inclusiveness among the people who are in philosophy, sciences, and so on. And that's enormously important. But I worry a bit about what I see as a kind of omnivorousness that universities in particular can be prone to. That is, if we see something that we think is worthwhile, we want to bring it in. And too often that takes the form of what gets called, we want to, brain freeze again. Well, never mind, that we digest things, we bring them in, we make them part of us, and don't recognize the importance of people who don't want to be in the university, who are embedded in traditional ways of knowing that they might want people in universities to take seriously, but they are interested in living lives that are not structured according to, university things. And so there's a tension, I think, between the importance of inclusiveness, not just of different people, but of different perspectives, of different ways of knowing, with this idea that if it's valuable at all, it belongs inside. And so I think along with efforts at inclusiveness, there need to be efforts at engagement and at taking seriously ways of knowing that resist institutionalization, that exist in ways of life that are quite fundamentally different from academic, disciplined ways of life or forms of life, and to take those seriously and engage. And so I think it's a both and that partly it means making it possible for individual people who do choose to move inside, who take up the invitation at inclusiveness, if it's meant sincerely, to be able to move back and forth. That is, that they can be border dwellers, they can be bilingual, often literally bilingual, but at least conceptually bilingual, and move between those different worlds. So we need greater permeability, we need relationships, we need trust. So we need both to change the inside and to change the relationships between even a transformed inside and the outside. Did I understand your question?
Yes, yes, that was excellent. Thank you.
Okay.
So then we have Christina, please.
Yes, thanks, Naomi. That was a great paper. Now, I'm very convinced about the argument about the epistemic role of non-experts, and I'm very convinced about the idea that they have a lot to contribute to research. But I guess my worries has to do with the sort of like reverse aspect here. So, what would be the motivation for many sort of lay people to participate in collaborative research projects? And I'm mainly like just trying to figure out like if one, for instance, wants to sort of like apply funding for this kind of project. So how does one motivate the people to participate, and what do this other from the collaboration with scientists? How would you answer that? Yes.
Yeah, excellent question. One of the terms I was reaching for before is CBPR, community-based participatory research. And one of the things there is the question of where do the problems arise from? So you were approaching it from the perspective of how those who are the insider credentialed experts will gain the trust, the participation, the involvement of the outsiders. I want to suggest that often the best way for that to happen is to flip it, to reverse it the other way around. And one way I think about that is the problem. That is that communities have problems, and there are all kinds of problems. And then often but disciplined, credentialed experts also have problems, but our problems are shaped by our discipline, by what's taken to be a proper problem, what's taken to belong to us as opposed to somebody else, or to just be a mess and not be a proper problem at all. And there's this mismatch between not just what I was suggesting, the results of knowledge creation going back into the wild, but the mismatch between problems in the wild and discipline problems. And I think one of the ways of approaching this is to develop the relationships that don't start being developed at the point in which there is a research project, and then you've defined the problem in disciplinary or even interdisciplinary terms, and you go out trying to figure out how to get non-expert or non-university or non-based involvement with it. But rather you develop the relationships before you identify what the problems are, and that the identification of the problems grows out of the engagement rather than following on it. And this is it can be a very practical problem. For example, in the US, we have institutional review boards, but you can't do anything involving the subjects, i.e. objects of the research, until you have laid out what your research questions are going to be and what your research instruments are going to be. In other words, it is to use the Wittgensteinian term, it's the decisive move and the conjuring trick has already been made. You've already blown it. But in order so the IRBs often serve as a stumbling block to the kind of engagement that's needed, because you have to do too much of the work before you engage. So my suggestion about this would be to look more institutionally and more relationally about how to establish relationships in order to learn about problems in the wild and how different disciplines or interdisciplines might contribute a piece to actually solving it, as opposed to a brilliant, wonderful, perfectly modeled solution to a problem that nobody actually has.
Thanks, Novi.
So, Tarun and Christina, I guess your hands are still up from before. So if I see it correctly, there is no one at the moment who wants to speak. Gloria, do you just want to say some final words?
I think it's time to wrap up our session and to conclude, and tomorrow we will start at 11 a.m. with Matt Bennett, and we will have 2 sessions, one in the morning and the other one in the afternoon, as today. So I hope I will see you tomorrow for the second day of this workshop, and thank you everybody for the participation, for the questions, and thank you to the attendees who attended the whole seminar, and see you tomorrow.
Thanks. See you tomorrow.
Tomorrow.